What if a single man could turn the tide of a nation's fate with nothing but his voice? In a land where the air crackles with the tension of a divine showdown, Elijah the prophet stands at the precipice of history, a solitary figure poised between heaven and earth, wielding the power of fire and storm. The sun dips below the jagged peaks of Mount Carmel, casting long shadows that seem to whisper secrets of ancient prophecies. Every heartbeat thrums with the urgency of a world desperate for a miracle. In Israel, a kingdom divided by faith and corruption, the specter of Adam, the first man, stood tall, his spirit entwined with the pulse of the earth, while Eve, with her radiant curiosity, gazed into the depths of existence, her heart beating in tune with the rhythm of creation. Yet, beyond the emerald canopies, a figure lurked, its intentions cloaked in shimmering scales and serpentine grace. It whispered lies like silken threads spun from darkness, weaving doubt into the fabric of their reality. What if the very fruit that glistened like stars above was not just a gift, but a curse waiting to be fulfilled? As twilight descended, casting long shadows across the garden, the air grew thick with tension. A moment loomed, pregnant with destiny, when the choices of two could unearth the very foundations of their world. The delicate balance between obedience and defiance hung by a thread, each heartbeat a countdown to catastrophe. Would they yield to the sweet poison of curiosity, or cling to the fragile chain of trust that bound them to their Creator? Outside the garden's gates, an uncharted wilderness stretched endlessly, a realm untamed and untouchable. It whispered of freedom but also of chaos, a stark contrast to the serene existence they had known. The moment of truth approached, and the very ground trembled as if anticipating the shattering of paradise. What lay beyond those gates? A promise of knowledge or a plunge into despair? The weight of choice pressed heavily on their souls. As Eve reached for the fruit, time seemed to halt, the world holding its breath, poised on the brink of transformation. Would her hand embrace the tantalizing sweetness, or would she pull back, shielding the delicate bond that tethered her and Adam to divinity? In that agonizing instant, the garden was not merely a sanctuary. It was a battleground for the ages, where love and ambition entwined, threatening to unravel the very essence of existence. In the depths of this beautiful chaos, a specter of doom lingered, watching, waiting. The beauty of Eden concealed an impending storm, a cataclysmic shift that would send shockwaves through time, echoing through generations yet to come. The trees whispered, the stars dimmed, and in that fateful moment, the seeds of destruction were sown. The question remained: could paradise survive the weight of human desire, or would it inevitably succumb to the shadows lurking just outside the light? In the beginning, there was nothing. An endless void stretched across the cosmos, silent and still. Then, with a whisper that rippled through the darkness, the Creator spoke, and the very fabric of reality shimmered into existence. Light burst forth, illuminating the shadows like 1,000 suns, igniting a canvas of emptiness. It was the dawn of creation, a moment so profound, it would echo through eternity. As the light enveloped the world, the heavens trembled with uncontainable joy. Stars blinked into being, their brilliance painting the vast sky with colors no human eye had yet seen. Each twinkle was a promise, each constellation a story waiting to unfold. The celestial bodies danced in perfect harmony, choreographed by an unseen hand that crafted their paths with love and intention. On the third day, the earth itself emerged from the depths of the waters, rising majestically to meet the sun. Mountains soared, their peaks brushing against the clouds, while valleys cradled rivers that sparkled like diamonds under the warming rays. The air filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and the sound of rustling leaves whispered secrets of life yet to come. Every corner of this new world was alive with potential, vibrating with a pulse that was both gentle and fierce. In this wondrous creation, animals roamed freely, each one a masterpiece of color and form. Birds took flight, their wings painting the sky with graceful arcs. Fish danced beneath the waves, their scales shimmering like precious jewels. Lions and lambs shared the same earth, a harmony that spoke of an unfathomable peace. For a fleeting moment, all was well. Creation stood on the brink of perfection. Then came the moment of humanity's birth, a breath held in the universe, a heartbeat that echoed in the silence. From the dust of the earth, the Creator fashioned a being, sculpting with intricate care. Adam opened his eyes to the world, a canvas of vibrant life, and felt the warmth of the sun on his skin for the first time. The beauty around him was overwhelming, a kaleidoscope of sights and sounds that filled him with awe. He wandered through gardens lush with every imaginable fruit, marveling at the colors and textures that surrounded him. Each step echoed with the promise of discovery. But the Creator knew that Adam would not be complete alone. The loneliness in his eyes tugged at the heart of the one who made him. So, while the sun dipped below the horizon, the Creator put Adam into a deep sleep. The very air crackled with anticipation as a new creation was forged from Adam's rib, a companion, a soulmate. When Eve opened her eyes, the world seemed to hold its breath. She was life itself, radiant and full of grace, and Adam felt an instant connection that transcended words. In her presence, he found not just a partner, but a reflection of himself. Together, they walked through the Garden of Eden, a paradise untouched by sorrow or pain. Each moment was a gift, a blend of laughter and discovery. They explored the endless gardens, tasted the ripest fruits, and listened to the sweet melodies of birds serenading the dawn. The connection between them was pure, a bond woven into the very fabric of creation. Yet, lurking in the shadows was the serpent, the embodiment of temptation. It whispered promises that twisted truth into lies, filling the air with a toxic allure that made their hearts race with uncertainty. The forbidden tree stood in the center of the garden, its fruit glistening under the soft light, a beacon of desire that called to them in hushed tones. With each passing moment, the tension grew. The innocence that wrapped around them like a warm blanket suddenly felt fragile, as if it could be ripped away at any moment. Eve, drawn by curiosity, hesitated before the tree. The serpent coiled around her thoughts, sowing seeds of doubt. "Why should you not taste this fruit?" it hissed, its voice smooth like silk. "It will open your eyes, make you wise like the divine." With every word, the serpent painted a picture of enlightenment, a thrill that pulsed through her veins. Adam watched, torn between fear and longing, feeling the weight of impending choice hanging over them like a dark cloud. In that pivotal moment, truth and deception interwove, creating a tapestry of doubt and desire. With a shaky hand, Eve reached for the fruit, and the world held its breath. The moment she tasted it, a rush of forbidden knowledge flooded her senses, and the paradise around them shifted. Adam followed her lead, and as he took a bite, everything changed. The northern kingdom of Israel and the southern kingdom of Judah each carved out their path, marked by kings who alternated between faithfulness and folly. Prophets roamed the land, their voices rising like shame. Their eyes were opened, but with that gift came confusion and despair. The sun, once warm and inviting, now felt like a spotlight shining down on their vulnerability. They hid among the trees, seeking refuge from the piercing gaze of the Creator, which now seemed like a judgment rather than a comfort. The laughter that once echoed through the garden faded into silence, replaced by a heaviness that pressed down on them like an anvil. And so the world began to shift. The perfect harmony of creation unraveled, revealing a landscape filled with consequences that rippled through time. The paradise they once inhabited now felt like a distant memory, a dream fading into the early morning light. The Creator searched for them, calling out with a voice that trembled with love and sorrow. "Where are you?" But Adam and Eve could only hide, their hearts racing with a mixture of fear and regret. As they faced the weight of their choices, the shadows deepened, and the echoes of their actions would resonate through generations. The world outside the garden was waiting, filled with trials and tribulations, joys and sorrows. They had crossed a threshold that could never be uncrossed, and the next chapter of existence loomed ahead, filled with uncertainty and the promise of redemption that lingered just out of reach. The story of creation had only just begun, and the threads of humanity's fate were woven into the very tapestry of time. Amidst the shadows of forgotten history, there lay a place so untouched by human hands, so serene, that its very soil seemed to hum with the whispers of creation. The air was thick with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and the sound of water gently flowing through a crystal-clear stream echoed like a lullaby. This was the Garden of Eden, a divine sanctuary that breathed life into the very essence of existence. As the sun cast its golden rays upon the lush greenery, it revealed a paradise where every tree bore fruit in splendid abundance, each leaf shimmering as if kissed by the divine. The vibrant colors of flora were a painter's dream, splashing life across the canvas of earth. The garden was not merely a setting. It was a character in its own right, pulsating with an energy that resonated through every blade of grass and every petal. Eve walked through this paradise, her bare feet gliding over the cool earth, feeling the pulse of life beneath her. She lifted her gaze, taking in the towering trees that stretched toward a cerulean sky, their branches heavy with fruit. The sight was mesmerizing, yet there was an unnameable tension in the air, a quiet breath of anticipation that hovered just beyond the edges of the serene landscape. The whispers of wind carried secrets from tree to tree, an unyielding promise that something monumental was about to unfold. As Eve reached out to touch the bark of a great tree, she felt it tremble under her fingers, as if it held stories of ages past, waiting to be told. Yet, buried within her heart was a sense of longing, a flicker of curiosity that sparked her imagination. What lay beyond the borders of this perfect sanctuary? What mysteries lay hidden in the shadows? Meanwhile, Adam, a figure of strength and curiosity, roamed the paths of the garden with a sense of wonder. His laughter echoed through the air, mingling with the petrichor aroma of fresh rain. Each step he took was a celebration of life itself. Yet, even in this paradise, he felt the weight of something unfulfilled, a yearning that tugged at his essence. He paused at a glimmering pool, the water as clear as the truths he sought. He knelt beside it, watching the ripples dance away from his fingertips, each ripple a fleeting moment that whispered of both joy and foreboding. The animals of the garden surrounded them, each creature vibrant and free, a harmonious tapestry of life. The lion lounged with the lamb, and the cheetah dashed playfully beside the gazelle. In this sanctuary, there was no fear, no hunger. The balance was perfect. Yet, in the silence of this paradise, a question lingered. Was this balance truly unbreakable? As twilight descended, the garden transformed into a realm of shadows, painted with hues of violet and indigo. Stars twinkled above like ancient eyes watching over the earthly paradise. But within the folds of this beautiful night, a figure emerged, slithering with a grace both enchanting and chilling. The serpent, a creature of cunning and temptation, wound its way around the base of the tree of knowledge, its scales glinting with an otherworldly allure. "Why do you not partake of the fruit?" it hissed softly, the words curling into the air like smoke. The serpent's voice was smooth, weaving threads of doubt into the minds of the innocent. "This fruit will open your eyes, grant you wisdom beyond your imagination. Why remain in blissful ignorance?" Eve felt the pull of its words, a magnetic force drawing her closer. The tension in her heart surged, a dance of desire and caution. She glanced at Adam, who stood rooted, a protective shadow at her side. His instincts flared, warning him of the danger that lurked in the serpent's charm. But Eve's curiosity, ignited by the serpent's promise, quivered like a flame. The moment stretched, an unbearable eternity, as she weighed the fruit's vibrant allure against the looming shadows around her. The garden, once a sanctuary of bliss, now felt like a gilded cage, a space filled with questions that had no answers. The silence was deafening, thick with the potential for chaos. "Will you not taste and see?" The serpent's voice slithered into her thoughts, wrapping around her like a vine. "You were meant for more than mere existence. Embrace the wisdom of the world." With a heart pounding like a wild drum, Eve reached out. The fruit, glossy and alluring, seemed to pulse with life, vibrating with the promise of knowledge untold. She plucked it from the branch, its weight heavy in her hand, a seed of hope and despair all at once. Adam's eyes widened, a tempest of emotions crashing behind them as he saw the decision unfolding before him. The air crackled with tension, a thunderstorm waiting to break. The garden's vibrancy dimmed ever so slightly, an unspoken awareness that the balance was about to shift. The waters of the pool rippled violently, as if the very essence of the garden felt the tremors of fate approaching. Nature held its breath, waiting for the inevitable choice that would alter the course of their existence forever. As Eve took the first bite, a shiver coursed through her body, igniting a fire in her soul. The taste exploded on her tongue, sweet, tangy, electric. Knowledge rushed in, a torrent of emotions and revelations that cascaded over her like a waterfall. She felt alive, connected to everything and everyone in a way she had never known. Yet, beneath that exhilarating rush, a shadow began to creep in, wrapping itself around her heart. Adam's hand clenched into a fist, torn between fear for Eve and the intoxicating allure of the forbidden. His instincts screamed at him to stop her, but the pull of the moment was irresistible. The garden, once a sanctuary of safety, now threatened to become a battleground of choice and consequence. In that instant, the tranquil paradise shifted, transforming into a stage for a drama as old as time itself. The cacophony of fate rang loud in their ears as the world around them began to unravel. In the depths of the garden, this divine sanctuary, the seeds of rebellion had been sown, and the echoes of their choices would resonate through eternity. In the hushed stillness of the garden, where the first light of dawn kissed the dew-laden grass, a figure stood alone. Adam, with skin warmed by the sun and hair tousled by gentle breezes, felt the pulse of creation around him. Each leaf rustled with whispers, and every flower bloomed with secrets waiting to be shared. Yet, in this paradise, a strange ache nestled in his chest, a longing for companionship that the vibrant world around him could not satisfy. As he wandered through this lush haven, Adam marveled at the splendor of it all. The towering trees with branches stretching toward the heavens, the bubbling stream that danced over smooth stones, and the rich aroma of ripe fruits hanging temptingly low. Each moment was a treasure, yet he felt incomplete, as if a part of him was missing. The beauty of Eden surrounded him, but an emptiness loomed larger than the endless sky. Then came the moment that would forever alter his existence. As the sun hung low, casting golden rays through the foliage, Adam heard a soft, melodic voice that seemed to weave through the air like a thread of silk. Adam, it called sweet and gentle. He turned, spellbound, and there she stood, Eve. Her presence lit up the garden like the first bloom of spring. With hair flowing like a cascade of sunlight and eyes shimmering with curiosity, she was both a mystery and a revelation. The first meeting between them was electric, a spark that crackled in the air. Eve approached him with a grace that seemed to belong to the very essence of the garden itself. "Is this not a wondrous place?" she asked, her voice a soft melody. Adam could hardly find his words, overwhelmed by the beauty before him. "Yes," he stammered, "but it is so vast. I have wandered forever, and it has always felt empty." Eve smiled, her eyes alight with understanding. "Perhaps you were meant to share it." The connection between them deepened with each passing moment, a bond forged by an unspoken understanding. Together, they explored the paradise that surrounded them, the laughter they shared echoing like the sweetest song within the vibrant landscape. Yet, beneath their joyous explorations lay a tension, a shadow that darkened the edges of their perfect world. In the midst of their bliss, whispers of the forbidden began to creep into their thoughts. The tree of knowledge loomed, its branches heavy with fruit that glistened like jewels, its potential a siren's call. Adam often glanced at it, a mixture of intrigue and caution in his heart. Eve, too, was drawn to its allure, her curiosity igniting a fire that would not be easily extinguished. As days turned into weeks, the garden flourished around them, yet an undercurrent of anxiety threaded through their harmony. Adam, ever the protector, found himself torn between his instincts to shield Eve and the undeniable pull toward the tree. "We should not linger there," he whispered one evening, the sun dipping low, casting long shadows. "The one who placed us here warned us." Eve, with a spark of defiance in her gaze, challenged him. But what is knowledge if we do not seek it? What is life if we do not understand it? Her words stirred something deep within Adam, a conflict that churned and twisted like a tempest. He loved her, but he also feared for them both. Their conversations danced around the tree, a delicate balance of temptation and caution. And then, one fateful day, the serpent slithered into their lives, a creature of cunning, whispering sweet promises that entranced Eve. "Why do you fear?" it hissed, its voice smooth as silk. "Eating from this tree will open your eyes, and you shall be like gods, knowing good and evil." Adam watched as Eve's resolve wavered, her gaze fixed on the fruit that beckoned seductively. "What if it is true?" she murmured, the words slipping from her lips like a breeze. In that moment, the weight of their paradise shifted, the ground beneath them trembling with an unseen force. With heartbeats echoing like thunder, Eve reached for the fruit. Time seemed to slow, the air thick with tension. Adam stood frozen, the anguish of choice twisting in his gut. "Eve, no!" he cried, but the plea fell into the silence of the garden, unheard. As she took a bite, the world around them began to change. The vibrant colors dulled, the laughter faded, and a heavy silence fell upon Eden. Adam felt a sense of loss that pierced through him, a grieving for something that had been irrevocably altered. Eve's eyes widened as she tasted the fruit, sweet yet bitter upon her tongue. In that instant, knowledge flooded their minds, a torrent of understanding that brought with it a painful awareness of their vulnerability. They stood together, trembling in the aftermath, as the paradise they had known began to unravel. The fabric of their existence trembled as shadows crept in, and the innocence they had cherished snapped like a fragile thread. The first tears fell, glistening like dew as they faced the reality of their choices. What was once a sanctuary became a place of reckoning, as the echoes of their laughter faded into a haunting silence. In the depths of their hearts, regret blossomed like a poison. The bond they shared now faced a test, as the weight of their actions pressed down upon them like a heavy blanket of despair. Yet, even in this moment of darkness, the flicker of hope lingered beneath the surface. As Adam reached for Eve, their fingers intertwined in a desperate grasp. They faced the unknown together, hearts pounding with fear, but also with a fierce determination to navigate what lay ahead. The garden, once their cradle of innocence, had transformed into the backdrop of their greatest challenge, an arena where love would be forged in fire and choices would ripple through eternity. In the depths of their souls, they began to understand that the journey was not over. It had just begun. Each step forward would demand courage, and as the first shadows of night descended upon Eden, Adam and Eve faced the truth of their existence, ready to confront the world beyond the garden, and the unraveling story of humanity that awaited them. In the stillness of the dawn, when the world held its breath, there lay a garden unlike any other, cradled in the arms of paradise. Sunlight spilled like liquid gold over verdant leaves, illuminating a single tree that towered above all others. Its branches arched gracefully, adorned with glistening fruit that pulsed with an otherworldly allure. The tree of knowledge stood as a sentinel of divine wisdom and untold secrets, waiting for the moment when humanity would come to understand its weighty significance. Amidst the rustling leaves, a soft whisper echoed, reverberating through the garden. It carried the voice of the Creator, reverberating in the hearts of the first beings, Adam and Eve. They wandered the lush expanse, innocence reflected in their bright eyes, heady with the fragrance of blooming flowers and the soft touch of warm winds. But in the air lingered a tension, as palpable as the heat of the sun, a sense that something monumental was on the cusp of unfolding. "Of every tree in the garden you may freely eat," the voice rang out, rich with authority and love. "But of the tree of knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat, for in the day that you eat of it you shall surely die." The words danced in the air, heavy with divine command, imbued with a sense of both promise and peril. Eve, gazing at the tree of knowledge, felt an insatiable curiosity simmering within her. Its fruit gleamed, vibrant and inviting, casting a spell that tugged at her very essence. She exchanged a glance with Adam, whose brow furrowed with uncertainty. They had been given paradise, yet this one tree was a boundary, an invisible line that separated bliss from the unknown. Days turned to weeks in the garden, the rhythms of life dictated by the soft calls of birds and the gentle rustling of leaves. Yet, the tree loomed larger in their minds, a constant reminder of a forbidden fruit that whispered promises of wisdom and power. The tension thickened like the humidity in the air before a storm, and soon it became unbearable. Then, one fateful afternoon, a serpent slithered its way into their midst, its scales glistening with an almost hypnotic charm. With a voice as smooth as silk, it spoke. "Did God indeed say you shall not eat of every tree of the garden?" Its words twisted hope and desire into a labyrinth of doubt. Eve, caught in its spell, felt the walls of her conviction begin to crack. What if the fruit did not hold death, but liberation? What if the divine command was a cage, forged from fear? Adam watched her, torn between the love he felt for Eve and the command bestowed upon them by their Creator. Fear wrapped around his heart like a vice, but in watching Eve's rapt gaze upon the serpent, he sensed something powerful stirring. The serpent leaned closer, its eyes gleaming with mischief. "You will not surely die," it promised, each word laced with temptation. "For God knows that in the day you eat of it, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil." The weight of its promises hung in the air, heavy and electric. Eve, drawn to the fruit, reached out a trembling hand. Her fingers brushed against the cool skin, and in that moment, everything shifted. A thrill shot through her, a mixture of fear and exhilaration. She tasted the fruit, and sweetness exploded on her tongue. A forbidden nectar that ignited something deep within her. In that instant, the world shattered and reformed. Adam watched, heart pounding as Eve's eyes widened with understanding and revelation. She was transformed, her innocence replaced by an awareness that vibrated through her very being. Adam felt the pull of the fruit as well, and before he knew it, he had taken a bite. The knowledge washed over him like a tempest, violent yet illuminating. Suddenly, the garden, once a sanctuary, became a stage for tumultuous change. They were no longer just the first man and woman. They had crossed an invisible threshold into a world woven with complexity and consequence. The sun, once a warm embrace, now felt scorching on their skin. The air buzzed with a tension that spoke of things lost and things gained. They stood there, hearts racing, with the weight of their new reality pressing heavily upon them. Shame washed over them like a cold wave. They were laid bare, vulnerable and raw. As they hurried to cover themselves with leaves, a sense of loss enveloped the garden. What was once a haven of harmony now echoed with the haunting sound of knowledge, a bittersweet reminder of the divine command they had chosen to defy. As twilight descended, casting long shadows over the garden, a voice pierced the silence, reverberating with authority and sorrow. "Where are you?" It was the Creator searching, seeking the first of humankind. Adam and Eve trembled as they realized they could no longer hide. They had stepped beyond the veil of innocence, into a reality where their choices bore the weight of consequence. With each step the Creator took toward them, the ground trembled beneath the weight of divine disappointment. Their choices, fueled by temptation and curiosity, had transformed the garden from a paradise into a battleground of emotions. The air grew thick with fear, regret, and the undeniable truth that they had awakened something profound and unsettling within. In that moment, the garden was no longer just a place of beauty. It had become a crucible, a testing ground for humanity's greatest struggle, the quest for knowledge and the burden of freedom. As they stood trembling, hearts pounding, the eternal question loomed large. What lay ahead for them now, as they faced the gravity of their choices, forever altered in the shadow of the tree of knowledge? In a sunlit clearing, a serpent glided silently across the forest floor, its scales shimmering like emeralds under the dappled light. A hush fell over the woodland creatures as they watched, instinctively aware that this was no ordinary creature. The serpent, with its sinuous form and piercing gaze, held an ancient power, a connection to both the earth and the divine. As it coiled around the gnarled roots of an oak tree, one couldn't help but feel a shiver run down their spine, a mix of awe and fear at the majesty of this enigmatic being. Throughout history, the serpent has been a symbol rich with meaning, its presence woven into the fabric of countless cultures and traditions. In ancient Egypt, the cobra crowned the heads of pharaohs, a testament to its association with royalty and protection. The goddess Wadjet, often depicted as a serpent, symbolized the land's fertility and the protection of the nation. With each flick of its tongue, the cobra seemed to whisper secrets of power and divinity, reminding all who gazed upon it that life and death danced hand in hand in the circle of existence. In the Middle East, the serpent slithered through the annals of mythology. The biblical story of Adam and Eve unfurled in the Garden of Eden, where the serpent's temptation led to humanity's fall. The creature, cunning and persuasive, embodied the duality of knowledge and sin, igniting a flame of curiosity that would change the course of history forever. With every whispered word, it beckoned Eve toward the forbidden fruit, forever intertwining its essence with humanity's struggle against temptation and the thirst for wisdom. In contrast, the indigenous cultures of the Americas revered the serpent as a symbol of creation and renewal. The feathered serpent, Quetzalcoatl, graced the skies of Mesoamerica, representing the unity of heaven and earth. This deity was not a sinister force but a bringer of life, teaching the people about agriculture, civilization, and the arts. The serpent's ability to shed its skin became a powerful metaphor for transformation and rebirth, a reminder that from the depths of decay, something beautiful could arise. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an amber glow over the land, whispers of the serpent echoed through the ages. Ancient builders of the Great Mounds in North America carved its likeness into stone, a tribute to its sacred significance. The serpent was a symbol of fertility, a guardian of the earth's bounty, reminding everyone of the cycles of life that nurtured communities. It coiled around the very essence of existence, urging people to remember their connection to the land and one another. In Asia, the serpent wove itself into the fabric of spirituality and mythology as well. In Hinduism, the Naga, often depicted as a serpent deity, guarded treasures and represented the flow of life energy. Its presence was both fearsome and protective, embodying the dual nature of existence. In Buddhist traditions, serpents were seen as protectors of the Buddha, their coils safeguarding the teachings and wisdom imparted to the world. The air grew thick with tension as the serpent, a symbol of both fear and reverence, continued to shape the very essence of humanity's spiritual journey. Each culture's interpretation of the serpent reflected their deepest fears and grandest hopes. In some tales, it symbolized chaos and destruction, while in others, it was revered as a wise teacher. The very nature of the serpent seemed to blur the lines between good and evil, challenging humanity to confront its inner darkness while seeking the light. As the night descended, the moon cast a silvery glow, illuminating the serpent's path. It moved with a grace that was both hypnotic and terrifying, each undulation a reminder of the delicate balance between creation and destruction. Those who beheld its dance felt an inexplicable pull, an invitation to confront their own fears and desires. The serpent was not just a creature of the earth. It was a mirror reflecting the complexities of the human soul. In the throbbing heart of the jungle, rituals honoring the serpent echoed through the ages. Tribes gathered under the canopy, their voices rising in harmony as they honored the serpent's gifts. Offerings of fruit and flowers were laid at the base of sacred trees, a testament to the love and respect for this powerful symbol. The venomous bite of the serpent served as a reminder of the frailty of life, while its beauty spoke of renewal and the eternal cycle. As dawn broke, the serpent slipped away into the underbrush, leaving behind a lingering sense of wonder and trepidation. Its legacy continued to thrive, entwined with humanity's journey through time. The stories told around fires spoke of its wisdom and danger, a reminder that every life holds the potential for both light and shadow. The serpent, with its hypnotic gaze, urged all to seek balance within themselves. In the quiet moments after its departure, a lingering question hung in the air. What does the serpent teach us about our own nature? The night whispered secrets of transformation, beckoning the brave to face their fears, to embrace the duality within themselves. With every heartbeat, the connection to this ancient symbol deepened, intertwining its essence with the struggle for understanding and enlightenment. And so, the tale of the serpent continued, echoing through the hearts and minds of those who dared to listen. Its significance remained a constant reminder that life is a tapestry woven with threads of mystery and meaning, where fear dances hand in hand with wisdom, forever binding humanity to the myths and legends of old. In the stillness of the early morning, the world shimmered with the promise of a new day. The sun peeked through the leaf-laden branches, casting playful shadows on the ground where Adam and Eve walked. It was paradise, a realm untouched by sorrow or strife, filled with vibrant colors and the sweet songs of birds. Yet, beneath the surface of this idyllic existence, a whisper of unease stirred, a quiet tension waiting to erupt. Adam, a man sculpted from the very soil, felt the warmth of the sun on his face. He marveled at the beauty around him. Every fruit hung low on the trees, ripe and glistening. Every breeze carried the scent of blossoms. Yet, there was an odd feeling in the air, something he could not name. It was as if the garden itself held its breath, waiting for a storm to break. Eve walked beside him, her laughter bright like the morning sun. She was the light of his life, a companion crafted from his very being. Each moment shared with her felt timeless, yet there was a flicker of something unknown in her eyes, curiosity mixed with a hint of restlessness. She often gazed longingly at an ancient tree, its branches heavy with forbidden fruit, glowing with a mysterious allure. "Do you ever wonder what lies beyond the garden?" Eve asked one day, her voice barely above a whisper. Adam's heart skipped, for he had felt that same pull, an unquenchable thirst for knowledge that lay just out of reach. As the days passed, the allure of the tree grew stronger. It stood there, magnificent yet menacing, a sentinel of knowledge that beckoned them closer. The serpent was cunning and patient, slithering through the underbrush, waiting for the right moment to strike. His voice, smooth and enticing, would weave its way into their thoughts, planting seeds of doubt and desire. "Why do you shy away from what you could possess?" the serpent hissed one fateful afternoon, coiling around a branch, his eyes glinting with mischief. "You are meant for more than mere existence. Knowledge is power. It will open your eyes to the wonders the Creator has kept hidden from you." Eve, captivated by the serpent's words, felt a burning curiosity ignite within her. What if the world was more than what they had always known? What if there were truths lying just beyond their reach? The thought hung heavy in the air, an electric charge that drew her in. Adam sensed the change in her, the shift from innocence to intrigue, and his heart began to race, worry gnawing at his insides. "Eve, we must not," he began, but she interrupted, her voice firm yet trembling. "Why should we fear what has been forbidden? Is it not our right to seek the truth?" Her determination was fierce, and Adam could see the battle unfolding in her eyes, a clash between desire and the obedience they had known since the dawn of creation. The serpent, sensing victory, leaned in closer. "Knowledge will not bring death, but life. You will be like gods, knowing good and evil. What could be greater than that?" Eve, torn between loyalty and longing, reached out and touched the fruit. In that moment, an electric charge surged through her, a visceral connection to the world beyond her understanding. The skin of the fruit shimmered in the sunlight, and it promised everything: wisdom, power, freedom. The weight of the moment pressed down on her, heavy and exhilarating. In a heartbeat, the fragile balance shattered. Eve plucked the fruit from the branch, its flesh cool and smooth against her palm. Turning to Adam, her heart raced with a mixture of fear and exhilaration. "Take a bite with me," she urged, her voice a melody filled with hope and desperation. Adam's heart pounded as he looked from her eager face to the forbidden fruit's seductive gleam. He saw the longing in her eyes, a reflection of his own hidden desires, and felt the world around him shift. The air grew thick with tension, the garden holding its breath as the weight of the choice settled on their shoulders. With a tremor in his hand, Adam took the fruit. The moment it touched his lips, an explosion of flavor surged through him, awakening his senses in ways he had never imagined. Sweetness, warmth, and a rush of power coursed through his veins, igniting a fire within. They had crossed an invisible line, their eyes meeting with a mixture of thrill and terror. But the paradise around them began to change. Shadows lengthened, and a chill crept into the air. The once vibrant colors dulled, and the sweet songs of the birds faded into an eerie silence. A heavy weight settled in Adam's chest as he realized that the act of tasting had shattered their innocence. The world was no longer a sanctuary. It had become a place of uncertainty and fear. Eve gasped, her eyes wide as comprehension dawned. "What have we done?" Her voice trembled, the ripple of their choice echoing through the garden. They could feel the shift in the air, the sudden awareness of their vulnerability. The serpent watched with a sly satisfaction, his plan unfolding just as he had envisioned. The moment of temptation had turned into a bitter revelation, and the paradise that once offered solace now felt like a cage closing in around them. Their hearts raced, not just from the thrill of the fruit's forbidden sweetness, but from the deep realization of what they had unleashed. Suddenly, a voice rumbled through the garden, powerful and commanding. "Where are you?" The call of God echoed like thunder, sending chills down their spines. They had always felt his presence, a comforting embrace that now felt distant and foreboding. Adam and Eve exchanged a glance filled with fear and regret. They had tasted the fruit, and now they stood at the precipice of a new reality, stripped of their innocence. Where once they had walked in perfect harmony, now they felt exposed, vulnerable under the weight of their decision. They hid among the trees, hearts pounding at the sound of approaching footsteps, each step reverberating like a drum in the silence. The paradise that had been their home now felt like a prison filled with shadows of what once was. In that moment of dread, they understood the weight of the temptation, the price of their choice, and the impending fall that would change the fabric of their existence forever. The garden, once a haven, now stood as a sign of their lost innocence, and the world outside beckoned with a dark promise of struggle and survival, drawing them into the unknown. The air crackled with tension, the moment suspended in time, as the consequences of their actions hung heavily in the balance. What lay ahead was a journey both terrifying and inevitable, a path paved with the ashes of paradise lost and the hope of redemption still flickering in the distance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the cobblestone streets, a palpable tension hung in the air. It was the evening of July 14, 1789, in Paris, and the world stood on the edge of a precipice. The storming of the Bastille was not just a rebellion against tyranny. It unleashed a whirlwind of emotions that would ripple through history. Voices mingled with the crackle of torches, echoing the fervor of revolution, but not all were cheering. In the shadows, the weight of shame and blame settled heavily on many shoulders, suffocating whispers of doubt and fear. Marie Antoinette, the Queen of France, sat in her chamber, her fingers trembling as she clutched a silk handkerchief. The news of the Bastille's fall reached her like a thunderclap. "Let them eat cake," she had said, dismissing the plight of the poor as mere folly. But now, as she peered out of her window, the distant chants of the angry mob rang in her ears, a haunting reminder of her disconnect from the very people she was supposed to represent. With each echoing cry, her heart sank deeper into a chasm of despair. Could she have done more? Should she have listened? The blame crawled across her skin like 1,000 ants, each one a reminder of her privilege and ignorance. Across town, in a modest home, a baker named Pierre felt the repercussions of the revolution seep into his bones. His family's livelihood was crumbling alongside the monarchy. Flour dust hung in the air, mingling with the bitter scent of fear as he recalled the days when bread was plentiful. Now his hands, once calloused from work, trembled as he faced empty shelves. The angry crowd surged, demanding change, and he felt the weight of their expectations. If he failed to provide, he would bear the blame not just for his family, but for an entire community hanging on his every move. The shame pressed around him like a vice. How could he stand idly by while chaos reigned? In the marketplaces, the fervor of revolution sparked more than just anger. It ignited guilt. The The very people who had once lauded Marie Antoinette for her extravagant balls now turned on her, throwing accusations like daggers. "Traitor!" they yelled, their faces twisted with rage as they confronted those who had stood by her. The blame that once floated above her crown began to drench everyone in its poison. Friends became enemies. Neighbors turned on one another. A collective shame washed over the people, a shared burden of complicity in a system that had long oppressed. But the revolution did not stop at the Bastille. As the days turned into weeks, the blame morphed into a monster of its own, feeding on the disillusionment and despair that spread like wildfire. Townsfolk took to the streets, their anger boiling over into violence. The guillotine became a symbol, not just of punishment, but of a society grappling with the consequences of their choices. In the swift, merciless thud of the blade, shame found a voice, chanting the names of the guilty and innocent alike. A young girl named Sophie, watching from her window, couldn't understand why the world had turned upside down. She had once played in the gardens of the palace, chasing butterflies. Now her heart raced at the sounds of chaos in the streets. "What if they come for us?" she asked her mother, her voice barely a whisper. Her mother, eyes wide with fear, could only shake her head, her shame bubbling to the surface for having once celebrated the excesses of the royal court. In that moment, a single tear traced a path down her cheek, a testament to the guilt of a happier past now overshadowed by the present's horrors. As night descended, the flickering flames of torches painted the faces of the mob in shades of orange and red, a tableau of pain and righteousness. They marched towards the palace, chanting for justice and retribution. Each step forward was a testament to their determination, but also a burden of shame, as if they carried the weight of every wrong ever committed against them. The atmosphere crackled with an intensity that could ignite the very air they breathed. In the distance, the palace loomed, a fortress of privilege and power. The gates stood tall, but within those walls, fear reigned supreme. Louis XVI, the king, paced back and forth, his mind a whirlpool of thoughts. Every decision he had made, every denial of the people's suffering, clawed at him. The whispers of blame filled the room as he recalled the faces of the starving peasants. His hands shook as he grasped the edge of a table, the shame of his reign crashing down on him like a tidal wave. Could he salvage this, or would history only remember him as the king who failed? Meanwhile, the street outside erupted as the mob overtook the gates. The wooden doors splintered under their determined force. The cries grew louder, a chorus of rage that rose and fell like a stormy sea. The faces of the people morphed into a haunting mask of despair, each scream a reflection of their collective shame. They were not just rebelling against a king. They were combating the very system that had kept them shackled for centuries. Amidst the chaos, a man named Etienne stood at the forefront, his heart pounding with the weight of responsibility. He had rallied the masses, igniting their spirits and urging them to rise against oppression. But as he faced the gates of the palace, doubt seeped into his veins. What if they were wrong? What if they became the very monsters they sought to destroy? He felt the blame looming over him, a shadow that lingered, creeping ever closer. The faces of the crowd blurred into one, a sea of emotion filled with hope and desperation. Each pair of eyes looked to him for guidance, and he knew the shame of failure would not just fall on him, but on the entire movement. In that moment, everything converged: the shame of the aristocrats, the despair of the common people, the blame that twisted through the hearts of every individual involved. It was a storm of human emotion, raw and unyielding, as history stood poised to take its next monumental step. The boundaries of right and wrong blurred into a chaotic haze, leaving only the urgency of the present moment, an electric pulse that seemed to echo through time itself. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the lush landscape of Eden, a paradise untouched and unblemished. But the air was thick with foreboding, as if the garden itself sensed the impending doom. Adam and Eve, the first humans, strolled hand in hand among the vibrant blossoms and whispering leaves, but a chill crawled up their spines, a creeping awareness that their blissful existence was about to shatter. In the cool shade of the tree of knowledge, a snake slithered, its scales glinting with a deceptive sheen. It spoke with a voice smooth as silk, wrapping around Eve's heart like a vine, sowing seeds of doubt, whispering promises of wisdom and power. The tree stood tall, stark against the serene backdrop, its forbidden fruit glowing like a siren's call. Adam watched Eve, his brow furrowed, sensing the shift in her demeanor, an intoxicating curiosity pulling her closer to the edge of their paradise. With trembling hands, Eve reached for the fruit, its skin glistening with temptation. In that moment, the world held its breath. Adam's voice broke the silence, panic rising in his throat, but it was too late. The fruit was bitten, and the sweet juice dripped like the first tear shed in the garden. Knowledge flooded their minds, and with it, an overwhelming wave of shame crashed over them as they realized their nakedness, a stark contrast to the innocence they had known. The air thickened with tension as the ground beneath their feet seemed to tremble. They were no longer the blissful inhabitants of paradise. They were now aware, awakened, and terrified. The joy that once danced in their hearts was replaced by fear, a heavy cloak that settled over their shoulders. They hid, not just from God, but from themselves, wrapping the leaves of the garden around their bodies as if they could shield their souls from the truth. The voice of God thundered through the garden, a powerful presence that commanded the very air they breathed. "Where are you?" the question echoed, filled with anguish and disappointment. Adam and Eve, trembling and exposed, stepped forward, their hearts pounding like thunder. The weight of their actions pressed down upon them, and the realization of their betrayal hung like a storm cloud overhead. The consequences of their choice unfurled like dark wings, casting a shadow over their existence. God spoke of the pain that would follow, of toil and suffering, a world forever altered. With every word, the garden around them began to shift, the vibrant colors dimming, the sweet fragrance turning acrid. They were to be cast out, banished from the only home they had ever known. The paradise they once took for granted was slipping from their fingers like the last rays of sunlight at dusk. As they left the garden, each step felt heavier than the last. The lush greenery transformed into barren ground beneath their feet, the soft breeze replaced by a biting wind that whipped through the empty spaces where laughter used to be. Adam's heart burned with anger and sorrow, while Eve's eyes glistened with unshed tears, memories of joy turning into haunting echoes. The gates of Eden stood before them, guarded by a fearsome angel, a fiery sword glinting in the waning light. It was a sight that would forever scar them, a reminder of their failure and the price of knowledge. They were exiled, cast into a world that was foreign and filled with uncertainty. The cries of paradise faded behind them, replaced by the harsh sounds of a world that had turned its back on innocence. Adam and Eve turned their faces towards the horizon, where shadows began to stretch longer. The ground was no longer soft beneath them. It was hard and unyielding, a reflection of the struggle that lay ahead. The air was thick with the scent of earth and loss. With every step into the unknown, their hearts wrestled with the weight of regret and the flickering flame of hope that still resided in their souls. Eve stumbled, her foot catching on the rough edge of a rock. She gasped, the pain sharp and immediate, a reminder of their new reality. Adam reached for her, his hand steady, though his heart was breaking. "We will find our way," he whispered, though uncertainty laced his words. The bond between them, once unshakable, now felt frayed, the threads of their love woven with fear and doubt. As they walked, the world around them began to change, the vibrant hues of the garden replaced by muted browns and grays. The trees stood tall but twisted, their branches gnarled like the pain in their hearts. The cries of animals echoed in the distance, a stark contrast to the harmony they once knew. The beauty of Eden was now a distant memory, haunting their every step. Yet even in their darkest moments, there were glimmers of light. A wildflower blooming defiantly through the cracks of stone, a bird singing a lonely song into the twilight. These small reminders of beauty tugged at their hearts, igniting a flicker of resilience. Adam looked at Eve, her face streaked with dirt and tears, yet filled with a fierce determination. "We will build something new," he declared, and she nodded, a spark of hope igniting in her chest. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the harsh landscape, they felt the weight of the world shift. The first night outside Eden would be long, filled with uncertainty and fear, but they were not alone. Together, they faced the darkness, hand in hand, the promise of a new dawn lingering on the edge of their dreams. The expulsion from paradise had begun, but the story of their journey was just unfolding. Each step forward a testament to their will to survive, to love, and to create a new beginning. In a dimly lit room filled with the scent of ancient paper and the whispers of long-forgotten thoughts, a scholar sat hunched over a desk, quill in hand. His brow furrowed, and the flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows on the walls, revealing the weight of his burden. He was on the brink of articulating the very essence of humanity's greatest tragedy, the fall. With each scratch of the quill, he unearthed the profound implications of that singular moment when innocence shattered, setting forth the echo of a curse that would ripple through time, altering the course of history. In that moment, just before Eve took the forbidden fruit, the world was a tapestry of divine order. Heaven breathed life into the lush gardens of Eden, where laughter danced on the breeze, and the light of God enveloped everything. But the serpent, slick and cunning, introduced doubt, twisting the purest intentions into a snare that would ensnare mankind. The fruit glistened, a beacon of knowledge promising enlightenment but veiling a harsh reality, the price of disobedience. The curse that followed was not merely a punishment. It was a profound transformation of existence itself. Humanity became entwined in a web of sin, marred by guilt and sorrow. Ground once fertile grew resistant to toil, and childbirth morphed into a painful struggle, echoing the deep-rooted pain of lost paradise. As the scholar penned these thoughts, his heart raced with the weight of understanding that this curse was not confined to the pages of Scripture. It reverberated through every human experience, resonating in the hearts of those who dared to feel. With the ink drying, the scholar's mind wandered to the generations that came after. From the ancient Hebrews who wandered the desert, burdened by their own failings, to the weary souls in medieval towns, haunted by their imperfect natures, the mark of the fall lingered like a shadow. Each tale, woven with threads of struggle and redemption, echoed the same truth. The curse shaped their understanding of existence and their relationship with the divine. The tension of hope and despair danced within them, as they searched for meaning in a world made harsh by the very choices made in Eden. As he wrote, a question loomed larger than the rest. Could freedom flourish amidst the weight of the curse? The scholar recalled the voice of Augustine, who spoke of human will, the delicate balance between divine grace and human agency. The burden of choice rested heavily on the shoulders of every person, a reminder that they were still capable of goodness, even in a world tainted by sin. Yet, the question remained an unsettling echo in the soul. Was redemption truly possible, or would the curse forever bind humanity to a cycle of despair? Time slipped by unnoticed, and the scholar continued to write feverishly, weaving in the stories of countless saints and sinners who dared to confront the implications of the fall. Each character, from David's sin with Bathsheba to Peter's denial, reflected the struggle against the curse. They were not mere tales. They were mirrors reflecting the darkness within. In their stories, the reader could feel the tension, the pulse of humanity wrestling with its flaws and the ache of longing for something more. Yet, in the shadows of this curse, hope flickered like a fragile flame. With every heartbeat, the promise of redemption threaded its way through the narrative. The Israelites, wandering in the wilderness, were constantly reminded of their need for a savior, a theme that rang true in every generation that followed. The scholar's heart quickened as he wrote of the prophetic whispers that hinted at liberation, carrying the weight of anticipation that someday, somehow, the curse might be broken. But there were moments of raw agony as well, moments that laid bare the haunting reality of the curse. The despair of the crucifixion, a stark reminder of humanity's capacity for cruelty, echoed the feelings of abandonment and loss. The scholar shivered, pen trembling as he envisioned the darkness that enveloped the earth as the Son of Man breathed his last. In that moment, the curse seemed insurmountable, a chasm too wide to cross. Yet, in the depths of that despair, a glimmer of light pierced through the darkness, a promise of resurrection that would transcend the curse itself. As the scholar's quill scratched the paper, he felt the urgency of those who had come before him, the voices of countless believers calling out for understanding, for clarity. The implications of the fall were not just theological debates. They were the very essence of life lived in uncertainty. The weight of the curse forged a connection among all who struggled, a shared experience that bound them together in their quest for understanding and grace. The tension of life, with all its ups and downs, became a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity. In his fervor, the scholar began to connect the dots, realizing the intricate web woven by the fall that extended far beyond personal sin. It reached into every facet of existence: society, culture, and even nature itself. The ground that brought forth thorns and thistles reflected humanity's struggle against the curse, a tangible reminder that every act of creation was entwined with the shadow of decay. The world had become a place of paradox, where beauty coexisted with brokenness, and hope flickered defiantly amidst despair. With a heart pounding like a drum, the scholar reached the climax of his thought. This curse, while heavy and daunting, was not the end of the story. It was the beginning of a narrative woven with resilience and longing, a story that begged for resolution. The anticipation of redemption hung in the air, a challenge to the reader, inviting them to grapple with the truth of their own existence. The implications of the fall were vast, yet they were not without the promise of grace. And as the candle sputtered low, casting shadows that seemed to dance with the very essence of humanity's plight, the scholar knew that his work was not complete. The implications of the curse loomed larger than ever, a burden that called for understanding, reflection, and ultimately, the hope of deliverance. Each word was a step toward unraveling the complex truth of the human condition, a truth that begged to be understood, embraced, and ultimately transformed. In that small, dimly lit room, the quill continued to scratch, weaving together the stories of the fallen and the redeemed, blending pain with hope, an eternal dance that would never truly end. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows over the once bustling town of Jamestown, Virginia. A hush fell over the land, broken only by the rustling leaves that whispered secrets of a world long gone. Survivors wandered through the remnants of a life that promised prosperity but delivered only despair. Each footstep echoed with a haunting reminder of dreams dashed against the unforgiving stones of reality. In the summer of 1610, the settlers faced an enemy far more insidious than the fierce Powhatan warriors who roamed the woods. Hunger gnawed at their stomachs, a silent predator stalking the weary. The days melted into weeks, and the weeks into months, with the very air thick with the scent of desperation. Men, women, and children, once vibrant with hope, now shuffled along the dusty paths, their faces pale and hollow. Mary Johnson, a widow with 2 young children, felt the weight of the world pressing down on her frail shoulders. Every morning, she would rise before dawn, her heart pounding with fear as she thought of her children. Would they eat today? Would they survive another night? The forest loomed around her, a dark and foreboding presence, promising both sustenance and danger. She knew the stories of those who had ventured too far, never to return. Yet, with each passing day, the need to feed her children drove her deeper into the shadows of the trees. As Mary foraged, she stumbled upon a clearing where wild berries grew. They hung like glistening jewels against the vibrant green leaves, tempting her with their promise of sweetness. But even as she reached for them, the shadows twisted around her, and an unsettling feeling crept into her heart. The forest was alive with sounds. Crickets chirping, a distant rustle, perhaps a deer, or something far more sinister. She snatched the berries, clutching them to her chest, a meager victory in a world that seemed determined to crush her spirit. Back at the settlement, the air smelled of smoke and despair. Fires flickered in the dark, a beacon of hope that seemed to grow dimmer each night. The settlers gathered, their faces drawn tight with worry and fear. They spoke in hushed tones about the starving time, a period that had seen the population shrink from over 400 to barely 60. The horrors of cannibalism were whispered in the dark, tales of those who had gone to unspeakable lengths when the hunger became too great. In the midst of this, there was John Smith, the reluctant leader who had once been a soldier in the European wars. His heart was heavy with the burden of leadership. He had seen men break, their eyes wild with hunger, their souls consumed by despair. He rallied the remaining settlers, urging them to plant crops, to fish, to barter with the Powhatan for food. But trust was a fragile thing, and the settlers could only see the emptiness that surrounded them. "Why should we risk our lives?" they would say, their voices tinged with bitterness. "The forest gives nothing to us." Yet, with every failure, Smith refused to concede. He led expeditions into the wilderness, often returning with little more than a rabbit or a handful of fish. He felt the weight of each lost life, the burden of every man and woman who looked to him for salvation. Fear and hope danced within him like fire and ice. Each day a new battle against despair. But despair was a cunning foe, always lurking just out of sight. It seeped into the hearts of the settlers, stirring doubt and anger. One fateful night, in the dim glow of the firelight, a figure emerged from the shadows, an unfamiliar man, gaunt and wild-eyed. His name was Samuel, a recent arrival from England. He spoke of riches and opportunity, but his words were laced with desperation. "I have seen the land thrive," he declared, his voice rising in fervor. "We must seize it. We must take what is ours." His words ignited a fire within the hearts of some, stirring a rebellion of sorts. The settlers gathered, voices rising in heated debate. "We can't wait for the Powhatan. We can't wait for the harvest. We must take what we need." Samuel's voice cut through the gloom, a dark melody that resonated with those who had lost everything. But others were wary, their caution born of the bloodstains of history. The Powhatan had already taken too much from them, and the thought of striking against them sent chills down their spines. Tension hung thick in the air, a storm brewing on the horizon. Mary felt it, the palpable fear and anger of her fellow settlers. She clutched her children to her, their small faces peering out from behind her skirts, eyes wide with confusion. "Mama, what will happen?" one of them asked, their voice trembling. "I don't know," she whispered, her heart heavy with the weight of uncertainty. As the argument intensified, the cries of children faded into the background, overshadowed by the clamor of desperation. Each voice, each shout, pushed them closer to a precipice, a point of no return. Outside, the wind howled through the trees, as if warning them of the storm that was coming. Not just in the sky, but within their very hearts. The forest, once a source of hope, now loomed ominously, a reminder that the land was unforgiving. And as the settlers faced their darkest hour, the line between survival and savagery began to blur, transforming their Eden into a battleground for the soul of humanity. With nightfall, the settlement fell into a restless silence, broken only by the crackle of dying embers. Dreams twisted in the minds of the weary. In their slumber, they could hear the whispers of the forest, urging them to remember what it meant to be human amidst the chaos. But when dawn broke, they would have to confront the choices laid before them, choices that would echo through time, reshaping their destinies and the fate of the land. Survival would demand everything: sacrifice, courage, and an unyielding will to fight against the tide of despair that threatened to consume them all. In the dim light of dawn, as the sun hesitated on the horizon, the garden awakened. Dewdrops clung to petals like tiny jewels, each glistening drop reflecting a world of untold stories. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and blooming flowers, a heady mix that promised the sweet allure of life. Here, in this cultivated space, nature seemed to bow to human will, every plant an offering, every blossom a whispered secret. It was a place of order, where colors danced in harmonious patterns and the chaos of the wild was tamed, trimmed, and pruned into submission. But beyond the garden gate, the wilderness lay waiting, a vast expanse of untamed land stretching out like a great beast, breathing in the stillness. It was a world of rugged beauty, where the trees stood tall and proud, their branches a tangled mess of green, unfettered by the hands of man. Here, nature reigned supreme, chaotic and raw. The wind howled through the trees, carrying with it the cries of unseen creatures, an orchestra of life in all its wildness. The contrast was stark, almost jarring. In one, a sense of comfort and control, and in the other, an exhilarating unpredictability that set the heart racing. Throughout history, humans have wrestled with their relationship to these two realms. The garden, a symbol of civilization, offered safety and sustenance, a promise of stability. Ancient Egyptians cultivated lush gardens along the banks of the Nile, relying on the rich soil to nurture their crops. It was in these green sanctuaries that they prayed to their gods, their rituals intertwined with nature's gifts. The garden was a testament to human ingenuity, a canvas where civilization painted its aspirations, each flower a reflection of hope. Then there was the wilderness, represented by dense forests that shadowed the lives of ancient tribes. The Celts revered the wild woods, believing that each tree held a spirit, a guardian of the forest. The rawness of the wilderness stirred a primal fear, but also an unquenchable curiosity. It was where legends thrived, tales of daring heroes who ventured into the dark to confront their fears. The wilderness called to the hearts of those who sought adventure, a siren's song that promised freedom, danger, and discovery. As humanity progressed, the tension between garden and wilderness deepened. The Industrial Revolution, with its smoke and clatter, pushed people toward a life that prioritized efficiency over nature, transforming once vibrant landscapes into drab urban sprawls. Yet, even within the confines of brick and steel, the desire for the wild lingered. The Romantic poets of the 19th century, like Wordsworth and Coleridge, penned verse that longed for the untamed spirit of nature. Their words danced with the wind, beckoning readers back to the wilderness, where souls could be cleansed and visions could be found. In America, this struggle came to life during the westward expansion. Settlers carved gardens from the wilderness, determined to erect their homes and cultivate the land. The stories of pioneers are filled with grit and determination, yet they were often met with the fierce resistance of nature. Storms raged, rivers flooded, and the untamed beauty fought back, reminding them that they were intruders in a land that had thrived long before they arrived. The wilderness was not easily subdued. It held secrets of its own, fierce and unyielding, waiting to be unraveled by those brave enough to enter its depths. The contrast between the serene garden and the feral wilderness was never merely a matter of aesthetics. It spoke of humanity's eternal struggle between safety and adventure, control and chaos. The garden whispered promises of peace, a sanctuary from the storms outside, while the wilderness roared with the intoxicating thrill of the unknown. In their coexistence, they created a tension, an emotional pull, as if nature itself was urging its inhabitants to choose, yet holding them captive in a dance of yearning. As the sun climbed higher, casting golden light over petals and leaves, one could almost hear the quiet rustle of the garden as it breathed in unity. The bees buzzed lazily from bloom to bloom, while the soft chirping of birds filled the air with melody. Each moment felt precious, an echo of a time when humanity and nature were entwined, a delicate balance that has often been disrupted. The garden felt like a cocoon, cradling dreams and aspirations, yet it was an illusion, an artificial paradise that shielded its inhabitants from the harsh realities of life beyond. Yet, the wilderness was there, lurking just outside the manicured edges, promising a different kind of beauty, a truth that resonated in the bones. The wildflowers that sprouted between the stones, the animals that skittered just out of sight, all beckoned to those who dared to listen. The thrill of the unknown danced in the air like a spark, igniting an insatiable hunger for adventure. The tension between these two worlds simmered ever so slightly, like a pot about to boil over. The garden was a refuge, but also a prison for the spirit yearning to roam free. The wilderness, exquisite and terrifying, was a reminder of what lay beyond the picket fence, a world rich with stories yet to be written, a place where every shadow held a mystery, and every rustle in the underbrush could signal a new beginning. With each passing moment, the garden and the wilderness stood in stark opposition, yet they were irrevocably linked, two sides of the same coin. One offered safety and nurture, while the other promised discovery and challenge. The hearts of those who walked between them beat with a dual rhythm, caught in a ceaseless pull, a yearning for the garden's embrace and an insatiable curiosity for the wilderness's wild heart. The stories of humankind were woven through these landscapes, a testament to the beauty, chaos, and complexity of life itself, revealing the undeniable truth. In the dance of nature, neither could exist without the other, forever locked in an eternal embrace. In the stillness of the evening, as the sun dipped behind the mountains casting long shadows on the earth, the air was filled with a tension that seemed almost tangible. Eve knelt in the soft, cool grass, her hands cradling the roundness of her belly, the weight of new life stirring within her. The world around her was alive with the rustling of leaves and the distant calls of hidden creatures. Yet all she could focus on was the rhythmic thump of her heart, echoing the anticipation of what was to come. For this child, the firstborn of the next generation, carried the heavy burden of expectation. God had promised her that her offspring would bear the weight of humanity's future. As she gazed at Adam, his face a canvas of hope and trepidation, she felt a wave of emotion wash over her. His hands were rough from toil, yet they reached out tenderly, brushing her hair away from her face. Together, they had faced the agony of loss, the memories of a paradise shattered, and now they stood on the brink of a new chapter. When the moment came, it was swift and fierce. The cries of a newborn echoed through the valley, piercing the stillness like a sudden storm. Eve's heart swelled with love as she gazed down at her son, his tiny fingers grasping at the air, his dark hair slick with the remnants of birth. "Cain," she whispered, as if naming him would impart strength to his spirit. In that moment, the world felt right, though shadows lurked just beyond the glow of joy. Days turned into weeks, and soon after, the delicate cries of another child filled the air. Abel arrived with a gentle grace, a soft light in his eyes that seemed to warm even the coldest corners of the world. The brothers were bound by blood, yet their spirits danced to different rhythms. Cain, with his fiery determination, was strong and robust, often found in the fields, tilling the soil and laboring under the sun. Abel, in contrast, moved with a quiet grace, tending to the flocks, his heart attuned to the whispers of the earth and sky. As the seasons changed, a silent rivalry began to weave itself between them, an undercurrent of tension that neither boy could articulate. Cain's strength flourished in the fields, but he often felt unseen, as if the earth itself conspired to keep him hidden in its shadows. Abel, so light and carefree, seemed to attract the favor of their parents effortlessly. Even the gentle lambs would nuzzle against him, their soft bleats a melody that seemed to sing of his worth. It was on an evening stained with the gold of sunset that the first seed of jealousy took root in Cain's heart. Their father, Adam, gathered the family around a fire crackling with warmth, stories of their early days echoing in the night. Eve spoke of the beauty of creation, her gaze lingering on Abel as he listened with rapt attention. "Your brother's heart is pure," Eve said, her voice a soothing balm. "He understands the ways of the Lord, and the land rejoices in his care." Cain felt a bitter taste in his mouth as the words settled in the air, heavy and suffocating. He clenched his fists, the flames casting harsh shadows across his face. Why must Abel be the golden child? Why must his worth be measured against his brother's gentle spirit? Days blurred into one another, and the weight of resentment grew in the silent spaces between the brothers. They spent hours apart, each absorbed in their own tasks, Cain in the harsh fields, Abel amid the quiet pastures. The earth bore witness to their labor, yet it felt as if it also whispered of their brewing conflict. One fateful day, as the sun climbed high and the air shimmered with heat, the brothers were called to make offerings to God. Cain, with his hands hardened by the toil of the land, brought forth the fruits of his labor, a bushel of ripened grain, golden and proud. Abel, with a gentle smile, offered the best of his flock, a lamb without blemish, its fleece as white as snow. As they presented their gifts, a silence enveloped them, charged with an unseen force. Cain's heart raced as he watched the flames lick at Abel's offering, consuming it with an eager hunger. God's favor seemed to dance around Abel, and in that moment, something broke inside Cain. A fierce, unrelenting storm. How could he be overlooked again? Anger surged within him, dark and powerful, twisted his insides, urging him to act. His fists clenched tighter, his nails digging into his palms until he could feel the warmth of blood pooling. The joy that had filled the air moments before was now suffocated beneath layers of envy. "You think yourself so favored?" Cain's voice broke the silence, sharp and bitter. Abel looked up, surprise flickering across his features. "I only offered what was best," Abel replied softly, his eyes wide with confusion. "It was never about favor, brother." But those words, meant to soothe, only ignited the fire within Cain. With each heartbeat, the darkness inside him deepened, whispering twisted thoughts of betrayal and pain. The sun hung low in the sky as the day turned to dusk, casting long shadows that danced eerily across the ground. Tension crackled in the air, wrapping around them like a noose. Cain's mind spiraled into a whirlwind of thoughts. He felt trapped, bound by the expectations of the world around him. What happened next would echo through the ages, a mark of the pain humanity would carry, an act born from a heart twisted by jealousy. With a sudden, fierce resolve, he grabbed his brother's arm, and Abel's eyes widened in surprise and concern. The world around them faded as the darkness closed in, setting the stage for an act that would forever shape the course of their lives and the lives of generations yet to come. No one would know the weight of that moment, the fragile balance of love and hate, the heart-wrenching choice that would unfold beneath the fading light. And as the stars began to twinkle overhead, a new chapter in the story of humanity was about to be written, one that would echo through time, a haunting reminder of the bonds that hold us together and the rifts that tear us apart. In the shadow of an ancient world, where the earth still bore the scars of creation, a tension simmered beneath the surface of familial bonds. Two brothers, united by blood yet divided by ambition, stood at the threshold of a fate that would reverberate through the ages. The air crackled with an energy that could only be described as primal, charged with emotions too raw to contain. These were not just siblings. They were rivals in a cruel game, a contest that would not only test their love for one another, but also the very fabric of humanity itself. In the beginning, there was light, a shimmering promise of hope and companionship. Cain, the elder, with his hands calloused from toil, was the favored son. He offered his sacrifices to the ground, toiling endlessly under the sun, planting seeds that would burgeon into abundance. His brow glistened with sweat, each drop a testament to his labor. Abel, the younger, was wild and free, a shepherd with a spirit that danced among the stars. He tended to the flocks, nurturing them with a gentleness that echoed the rhythms of life itself. While Cain's offerings were plentiful, Abel's were soaked in admiration, and it was this very difference that set the stage for catastrophe. The first spark of jealousy ignited one fateful day when the brothers made their offerings to the divine. Cain placed his fruits before the altar, ripe and bountiful, the best of his harvest. But when Abel laid his lamb, tender and unblemished, upon the altar, the skies seemed to hold their breath. The smoke from Abel's sacrifice curled upwards, a fragrant tribute that caught the attention of the heavens, while Cain's offering lay in the shadows, unacknowledged. In that moment, the seed of bitterness took root in Cain's heart, transforming admiration into resentment. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and crimson, a conversation unfolded, a fragile thread woven through the fabric of their brotherhood. The air grew heavy with unspoken words, the silence punctuated only by the distant bleating of sheep and the rustle of leaves. Cain's gaze hardened, his fists clenched at his sides. "Why should you be favored? What makes your offering better than mine?" The accusation dripped from his lips like poison. Abel, with an innocence that belied the storm brewing around them, replied softly, "It is not my doing, brother. The heart of the offering matters more than its appearance." But Cain could not hear him. Rage had clouded his judgment, turning reason into madness. The world seemed to tilt, the ground beneath them a chasm that threatened to swallow them whole. As night fell, a blanket of darkness enveloped the land, mirroring the turmoil inside Cain. Shadows loomed, whispered secrets echoing in the stillness. "Come, let us walk in the fields," Cain urged, his voice a deceptive lullaby, a facade of brotherly love masking the tempest within. Abel, ever trusting, followed, blissfully unaware of the storm brewing in his brother's heart. The moon hung high, a silent witness to the unfolding tragedy. In those moments beneath the stars, Cain's mind raced. The jealousy twisted like a serpent, squeezing tighter until he could no longer breathe. Every laugh shared, every moment of joy felt like a dagger, a reminder of the chasm that had formed between them. And there, in the shadows of the night, the line between love and hate blurred until it vanished altogether. In a heartbeat, everything changed. Cain turned, his hand gripping a rock, its cold surface a reflection of the ice settling in his veins. The world narrowed to a single point of focus, his brother standing before him, unaware of the danger lurking in Cain's heart. With a movement swift as lightning, Cain struck. The sound was hollow, a cruel echo that reverberated through the night, like a bell tolling the end of innocence. Abel fell to the ground, eyes wide with disbelief, a final question lingering on his lips, unspoken yet deafening. In that moment, time froze. The air thickened, carrying the heavy weight of betrayal. The earth did not swallow Cain. Instead, it bore witness to an act so horrific that the very fabric of existence shuddered in shock. The stars dimmed, and the night seemed to hold its breath as if mourning the loss of something pure. As silence settled like a shroud, Cain's heart raced, a wild rhythm that echoed the chaos within. Guilt crashed like a wave, washing over him, yet beneath it lay a current of triumph, a dark satisfaction that twisted his very soul. He had crossed a line, one that could never be uncrossed, a shadow cast over everything that once was. The world outside continued, oblivious to the horror that had unfolded. The fields swayed softly in the wind, unaware of the devastation wrought within their midst. But it wasn't over. The moment Cain thought he could escape the weight of his actions, a voice cut through the stillness, sharp and accusing. "Where is your brother?" It was a question that reverberated through the night, a haunting echo that pierced the depths of Cain's mind. He trembled, heart racing, as he faced the voice of divine judgment. "Am I my brother's keeper?" he retorted. But he knew the truth, he was not. He had cast aside brotherhood for jealousy, love for anger. With each breath, the reality of his deed settled like lead in his stomach. Cain had opened a door that could never be closed, a dark legacy of violence that would stain humanity forever. The first murder was committed, not just of a brother, but of innocence, trust, and all that is sacred. The world would never be the same again, for the seeds of wrath had been sown, and they would bear fruit of sorrow in every generation that followed. Yet, as the dawn approached, illuminating a blood-stained earth, the weight of the moment felt heavy on Cain's heart. Every step he took was a step away from forgiveness, a step into the dark unknown. The shadows whispered tales of his actions, and the very ground beneath him seemed to cry out in despair. And as the first light of day broke, the cycle of rivalry and despair was just beginning, a tension that would stretch through the ages, echoing in the hearts of those who would come after. In the dim light of twilight, a figure moved cautiously through the shadows, each step echoing with the weight of 1,000 whispers. The air was thick with tension, heavy like a storm about to break. This was a world steeped in blood and betrayal, where choices rippled through time like stones cast into a still pond. The mark of Cain, a symbol of both protection and punishment, lingered in the minds of many, a haunting reminder of what had been lost and what remained to be feared. Cain, the firstborn of Adam and Eve, stood in the fields where the earth had soaked up both his brother Abel's blood and the guilt of his actions. The memory of that fateful day flashed in his mind, a moment of rage that spiraled into an act of irreversible violence. It was a moment that changed everything, a fracture in the very fabric of existence. The ground beneath him felt alive, pulsating with the remnants of a brother's life snuffed out too soon. "What have you done?" The voice of God thundered, echoing through the ages, as Cain trembled under the weight of his sin. The Lord, in his infinite wisdom, marked Cain, an indelible sign upon his skin that would forever separate him from the rest of humanity. It was a mark of protection against those who might seek vengeance, yet also a dire reminder of his transgressions. Would he be shielded from harm or condemned to wander forever as an outcast? The people whispered his name, their voices a mixture of fear and disdain. They spoke of the mark, not knowing whether it was a blessing or a curse. "Look at him," they would say, glancing over their shoulders as if his mere presence could taint the very air they breathed. Cain could feel their eyes boring into him, their judgments weaving a tapestry of isolation that suffocated him in its grasp. Each day, he trudged through the wilderness, the land barren and unyielding, mirroring his own soul. The sun beat down mercilessly, but it was the weight of his guilt that truly scorched him from within. As he wandered, memories of better days flooded back, abundant harvests, laughter, and the warmth of a brother's embrace. Each recollection twisted like a knife, deepening the wounds that time failed to heal. On the outskirts of a small village, Cain paused, his heart racing with the thought of human connection. But he hesitated. Would they welcome him, the man cursed by God? Would their kindness be genuine, or merely a facade masking the righteousness of their fear? The mark upon his forehead felt like a brand, a constant reminder that he was not just a man. He was a pariah. It was then that he stumbled upon a gathering. The villagers stood around a fire, their faces illuminated by flickering flames, a warmth that beckoned him. The stories they shared were rich with laughter and sorrow, tales of love lost and found, of battles fought and won. He could almost taste the camaraderie, a sweet nectar that had long been denied to him. Yet the shadows of the trees whispered doubts into his ear, warning him of the danger of hope. As night fell, a young girl broke away from the group and wandered toward him, her curiosity outweighing her fear. She looked up at him with wide, innocent eyes. "Why do you wander alone?" she asked, her voice soft and sincere. In that moment, something flickered within Cain. A spark of longing, a desire to be seen, to be understood. "I bear a mark," he replied, his voice heavy with sorrow. "A label that tells the world I am unworthy." Her gaze did not waver, and for the first time since that fateful day, he felt the stirrings of redemption. "Marks can be beautiful," she said, surprising him with her insight. "They tell stories just like scars. They remind us of where we have been and who we are." Her words danced in the air, shimmering with the possibility of forgiveness, of acceptance. But would the mark truly be a tale of beauty or a grim reminder of his cursed existence? In the distance, a howl pierced the night, chilling Cain's bones. The villagers turned their heads, their laughter silenced by the impending dread. An unseen danger loomed, a predator hungry for blood. Panic rippled through the group, and he felt the fear radiating off them like heat from a blazing fire. In that moment, Cain understood the dual nature of his mark. It was both a shield and a burden. The mark would protect him, drawing the eyes of the angry and vengeful away, but it was also a reminder of the monster he had become, forever tainted by his actions. As the villagers began to scatter, he made a decision. He had the power to either run away, hiding in the shadows, or to step into the light, to fight for those who feared him. With the howling growing closer, he stepped forward, raising his arms in a gesture of peace. "I will protect you," he declared, his voice strong and unyielding. The firelight flickered across his face, illuminating the mark that branded him. The villagers hesitated, caught between fear and the desperate hope for salvation. As the night deepened, the darkness encroached, and the howls grew louder. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Cain's past loomed before him, a specter of regret and sorrow, while his future glimmered with the flicker of redemption. Would the mark of Cain ultimately be his curse or his salvation? As the tension crackled in the air, a choice had to be made, one that would echo through the ages. With each heartbeat, the world held its breath, waiting for the answer that would change everything. The line between protector and punisher blurred, and the weight of legacy pressed upon them all like an unrelenting storm. The story of Cain was only just beginning, a tale woven with threads of darkness and light, where the struggle for humanity hung in the balance, ready to unfold in ways none could predict. In the dim light of a new dawn, a small band of hunters stood on the edge of a vast, uncharted landscape. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of earth awakening from its slumber. As the sun began its slow ascent, golden rays pierced through the morning haze, illuminating the world that had been both friend and foe. Their eyes gleamed with a mixture of fear and determination. Today, they would venture beyond the familiar into the unknown. The hunters, clad in furs stitched together with sinew, held sharpened spears that glinted like promises of survival. Each glanced at the others, silently affirming their pact. They were not just searching for food. They were searching for something greater, a sense of belonging, a purpose that stretched beyond mere existence. They could feel the weight of history pressing upon them, the unspoken knowledge that they were part of something monumental. As they moved through the dense underbrush, the vibrant world around them pulsed with life. The rustling of leaves, the distant call of a bird, and the soft crunch of twigs underfoot melded into a rhythm that echoed the heartbeat of the earth. This was the era before civilization, yet the seeds of something extraordinary were beginning to take root. In the village, nestled beside a winding river, a different scene unfolded. Women gathered around a fire, their faces illuminated by flickering flames that danced like spirits in the night. They shared stories of the past, weaving tales of ancestors who had battled fierce storms and hunted great beasts. Laughter mingled with tears, each story a thread in the fabric of their collective memory. These tales were not mere entertainment. They were a lifeline, connecting generations and instilling hope. Suddenly, the serenity shattered as a figure burst into the clearing. Breathless and wide-eyed, a young girl stumbled forward, her heart racing. She had seen a vision, a glimmering light in the woods, a promise of something more. The villagers paused, their eyes drawn to her, and in that moment, fear transformed into curiosity. What did this light mean? Was it a sign of danger or a harbinger of change? As the days went by, whispers of the girl's vision spread like wildfire through the village, igniting a flame of ambition among the people. They began to gather around the fires each night, sharing ideas and dreams of a world beyond mere survival. They spoke of houses built from mud and stone, of crops that could be sown and harvested when the seasons turned. They envisioned a life where children could play without fear, where knowledge could be passed down like a precious heirloom. But with these dreams came tension. Not everyone believed in the light the girl had seen. Some clung to the old ways, fearing the unknown. They argued fiercely, their voices rising, echoing through the night as sparks flew into the sky like stars rebelling against the dark. The air crackled with emotion, each side fueled by passion, a struggle between the comfort of tradition and the allure of progress. One fateful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon in a wash of crimson and gold, the villagers gathered for a crucial meeting. The flames roared in the center, casting shadows that danced like ghosts on the faces of those present. The leader, an elder with a long beard that seemed to flow like the river, stood before them, his voice steady yet filled with urgency. "Change is upon us," he proclaimed. "We must decide which path we'll take." Fear and hope wrestled in the air, thick as smoke. In that moment, the villagers understood that their decision would echo through time, shaping the future of their society. Would they choose to embrace the unknown, to step into the light the girl had seen, or would they retreat into the safety of the past? The tension hung like a taut string, ready to snap at any moment. As the elder spoke, emotions surged within the crowd. A young woman, her spirit ignited by dreams of a better life, stepped forward. "I want to build," she declared, her voice rising above the murmurs. "I want to plant seeds that will grow into a harvest for our children." The crowd fell silent, the weight of her words settling in like the dusk. Moved by her courage, others joined her, each one sharing their visions, their aspirations. a fire ignited not just in the flames before them but in their hearts. They could see a community where children learned to read from carved stones, where artisans painted vibrant murals on the walls of their homes, and where warriors protected not just their village but the ideals they held dear. However, in the midst of hope, shadows lurked. Not all were convinced. There were murmurs of dissent, whispers of danger that accompanied change. Would there be enough food? What if the new ways brought ruin instead of prosperity? As these fears took root, the vibrant visions clashed with the harsh reality of survival, creating a whirlwind of emotions that threatened to pull the village apart. When the first seeds were sown, a palpable energy coursed through the community. With each seed planted, they took a step away from their past and toward the future they envisioned. The earth was tilled, the sun shone bright, and for the first time, the villagers began to imagine what they could become. Yet, as the seedlings broke through the soil, so did new challenges. A rival tribe, sensing the shift in power, crept closer, eyes sharp with envy. The hunters who had once roamed freely now found themselves torn between their old life and the burgeoning society they had begun to build. Tension thickened the air, a storm brewing on the horizon. In the communal spaces, as laughter mingled with the scent of fresh bread baking, a sense of unity emerged. Yet, as twilight approached, the shadows of uncertainty loomed ever larger. The villagers now understood that with dreams come trials. The light they had seen in the woods cast long shadows, and they would need to stand together if they were to forge a new destiny. And so, they gathered once more, hearts pounding in synchrony, united by the flickering flames and the weight of history. The air hummed with energy, thick with the scent of possibility and fear. The time had come to choose. Will they fight to defend their dreams against the encroaching darkness, or will they falter and fall back into the safety of the old ways? The next chapter of their saga was about to begin. Beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient olive tree, where the wind whispered secrets of ages past, a story waited to be told. A tale of beginnings, of bloodlines that intertwined like the gnarled roots beneath the earth. The lineage of Adam, the first man, shaped not just the foundation of humanity, but a legacy that stretched across generations, weaving lives into a tapestry of hope, despair, love, and betrayal. It began in the dust of Eden, where Adam, formed from clay, opened his eyes to a world bursting with color and life. Closer than any other being, he walked with the Creator, felt the warm breath of life, and held the beauty of paradise in his hands. Yet, amidst the perfection, there lay a choice that would echo through the corridors of time. With the bite of forbidden fruit, Adam not only changed his fate, but set in motion a lineage marked by triumphs and trials, a cycle of birth and death that would resonate through the ages. Seth, the righteous son, emerged from the shadows of loss, a beacon of hope in a world turned chaotic. His name was etched in the annals of time, a reminder that even in despair, light could flourish. He became the father of a new generation, and with each child, something sacred was passed. A spark of divinity, a flicker of the eternal that would guide the hearts of men. Enosh, Seth's son, took the whispered prayers and hopes of his father and raised them to the heavens. It was in this time that people began to call upon the name of the Lord, their voices rising like smoke into the starry night, a promise of faith amidst the shadows. As the years unfolded, the earth saw the rise of Kenan, who walked a path of wisdom and understanding. In his eyes was the weight of knowledge, for he had seen the world change, and he taught his children that every joy came with a burden, every light cast a shadow. His descendants, filled with a mix of reverence and ambition, understood that they were part of something larger, an evolving story that belonged to them, yet reached beyond their mortal grasp. Growing tall within this narrative was the figure of Mahalalel, whose very name echoed praise. He lived in a time where the air was thick with the hum of life and the cries of the lost. He too bore witness to the struggle between righteousness and temptation, his heart set on guiding his kin. The weight of his lineage pressed upon him, and yet his spirit soared. He showed that faith could be found not just in words but in the very act of living, in caring for one another, and in honoring the Creator's design. Then came Jared, a name that resonated with strength. He walked the earth as if it were a sacred path, carrying with him the legacy of Adam like a torch passed down from generation to generation. His heart beat in rhythm with the earth, and he taught his children to respect the land, to appreciate its bounty, and to understand the fragile balance of life. Jared's lineage was rich with stories, each tale woven into their identity, reminding them of who they were and whose they were. Enoch, his son, was a man of profound vision, a visionary who dared to dream beyond what was seen. He wandered away from the noise of the world and found solace in the quiet spaces where truth lingered. His relationship with the divine became a melody that resonated through the generations. With each step, he whispered to the wind his thoughts, his fears, and his hopes. His lineage would remember him, not just as a man who walked with God, but as one who transcended the ordinary, leaving behind a legacy of faith that would inspire hearts for centuries to come. As the lineage continued, the floodgates of time opened wide, unveiling Noah, a man whose name would become synonymous with survival. In an era filled with darkness and despair, he stood as a beacon of hope, a stark reminder that even in the face of overwhelming odds, one could remain steadfast. He felt the weight of the world on his shoulders, tasked with preserving the essence of life itself. With every nail driven into the ark, he forged a new beginning, a promise that life would flourish once again. From the depths of devastation, the generations bloomed anew. Shem, Ham, and Japheth, Noah's sons, each carried the seeds of their father's righteousness, planting them into the soil of a reborn world. They faced challenges that would test their very essence, a reminder that the struggle of humanity continued, but with every challenge came a chance to rise, to learn, and to grow. The tapestry of time continued to unfurl, revealing the lives of their descendants. Abraham, who would be called the father of nations, a man who dared to believe in the impossible. He stood on the brink of a new era, his heart swelling with promise, ready to lead his family into an unknown future. Every step he took was a prayer, a conversation with the heavens above, and his covenant with God would echo through the ages, shaping the very foundation of faith for millions. Isaac, the child of promise, and Jacob, who wrestled with God, carried this legacy forward, their stories intertwining with the struggles of their own hearts. Each generation faced the specter of doubt, the weight of expectations, yet they forged ahead, their spirits unyielding. The tales of their lives were not just historical records but living narratives that breathed life into the very essence of humanity. As the lineage unfolded, it revealed the beauty and pain of existence. Joseph, sold into slavery yet rising to prominence, became a testament to resilience and divine purpose. His dreams illuminated the darkness of despair, a reminder that even in the bleakest of times, hope could shine through the cracks. The generations continued to weave their stories, each one adding a thread of complexity, chaos, and grace to the ever-growing tapestry. The echoes of Adam's bloodline flowed through the veins of nations, a testament to the struggles of humanity. Love, betrayal, redemption. The names of each individual, etched into the fabric of history, were not just markers of time, but living reminders of the choices made, the paths taken, and the legacy left behind. As the lineage moved forward, it reached out to touch the hearts of those yet to come, beckoning them to fulfill their role in this divine narrative. A story that would never truly end but would evolve, forever spinning on the axis of time, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. In a dimly lit chapel, shadows flickered across the stone walls, as the soft sound of whispered prayers echoed like a haunting melody. A flicker of candlelight danced over a small altar where a single, tattered Bible lay open, its pages marked by years of sorrow and hope. It told a story that defined humanity's struggle, the tale of Adam and Eve, their fateful decision, and the weight of original sin that followed. This moment held the essence of an eternal question. What does it truly mean to be human in a world burdened by sin? As the candle burnt lower, a profound weight settled in the air. The teachings of early theologians, from Augustine of Hippo to Thomas Aquinas, loomed like giants over church and society. Augustine, a man transformed by the grace of God in the throes of his own sin, passionately articulated the devastating impact of that first disobedience. To him, original sin was not merely a historical event. It was the spiritual disease infecting every soul since time began. His words ignited fires of debate, his thoughts swirling like the very smoke from the candles flickering in devotion. But what did this mean for ordinary lives? For centuries, people grappled with the idea that they were born not only with the potential for goodness but also with an innate propensity for wrongdoing. In the dusty classrooms of medieval monasteries, young minds wrestled with heavy texts, trying to find solace in a world where sin cast long shadows. The doctrine of original sin slowly intertwined with the fabric of society, shaping laws, rituals, and the very morals of countless communities. As the years rolled on, the echoes of original sin resonated through time, moving from the darkened halls of theology into the fabric of everyday lives. In the 16th century, the Reformation stirred the very foundations of the Church. Martin Luther, fueled by his own battles with despair, challenged the established norms. In his realization that salvation was a gift rather than a reward for righteousness, he struck at the heart of original sin, igniting a fire of hope amidst the ashes of guilt. Yet, this newfound freedom came with its own burdens, as debates raged over the nature of sin and grace. Through this tumult, the thought of inherited sin draped itself over the collective consciousness. It was a weight that many felt pressing down on their shoulders, a shackle binding them to a past they could not escape. The Puritans, with their stern faces and solemn prayers, viewed the world through a lens of fear and caution. To them, the legacy of Adam was not just a story. It was a constant reminder of their fragile state before a righteous God. Every misstep, every fleeting thought of temptation was a reminder of their sinful nature, a nature passed down like a family heirloom, tarnished but inescapable. Yet, in the midst of despair, the story of original sin also bore a glimmer of hope. The promise of redemption, the belief in a Savior who could wash away the stains of sin, began to take root. The whispers of faith transformed into songs of salvation, echoing through cathedrals and homes alike. The imagery of the cross, once a symbol of suffering, morphed into a beacon of light, illuminating the path for countless souls seeking forgiveness. In the 19th century, as the world shifted under the weight of industrialization and enlightenment, the conversation around original sin evolved. Intellectuals and theologians began to partake in a dialogue that reached far beyond church walls. The notion of sin was re-examined, viewed through the lens of human psychology and societal influences. The complexity of human nature began to unfold, revealing a tapestry woven with both the light of good and the shadow of evil. This was not just an academic exercise. In the smoky rooms of taverns and the quiet corners of homes, families wrestled with their beliefs. Mothers wept as they cradled their children, fearing the sins they inherited. Fathers questioned their role, feeling the weight of responsibility for the choices made generations before them. The air crackled with uncertainty, every question lingering like an unanswered prayer. Some turned away from the traditional teachings, seeking solace in a more progressive understanding of human nature. They saw original sin not as a stain but as a starting point for growth, a challenge to overcome rather than a fate to accept. This shift ignited a myriad of interpretations. Some saw it as a call to action, urging society to confront injustices and strive for a better world. Others grappled with the darker aspects of human existence, examining how sin played out in culture, politics, and personal lives. In the 20th century, the impact of original sin morphed once more. Amidst the backdrop of 2 world wars and countless social upheavals, theologians like Paul Tillich and Reinhold Niebuhr challenged the prevailing notions of sin and grace. They argued that original sin was not merely an individual burden but a collective reality, manifesting in the structures of society itself. The idea that humanity was both capable of great love and profound evil was a sobering realization. As the world continued to turn, the emotional landscape shaped by original sin remained. People were left struggling, divided between guilt and grace, between the weight of the past and the hope of redemption. In every corner of the globe, debates continued to unfold, Communities formed around shared beliefs, and individuals wrestled with their conscience. The impact of original sin reverberated through the ages, shaping destinies, beliefs, and the very fabric of personal identity. And there, in the flickering light of that chapel, as the last candle melted down to its base, the questions lingered. What does it mean to be human? How do we reconcile our flaws with the desire for goodness? The air thickened with the unresolved tension of generations past, the story of sin and redemption, a tapestry still being woven. There was no closure, just an open door, leading to the next chapter, where the complexities of faith would continue to unfold, drawing in every soul willing to seek understanding amidst the shadows. A chill hung in the air, thick with anticipation, as the ancient prophets stood atop their weathered stones, gazing into the unknown. Their eyes, deep wells of sorrow and hope, captured the essence of a world destined for turmoil but pregnant with promise. They spoke of a time when darkness would blanket the earth, yet a glimmer of light would pierce through, illuminating the path of redemption. This was no ordinary prophecy. It was a call to the weary, a whisper to the lost souls yearning for salvation. In the smoky haze of flickering torchlight, the figures of history emerged. Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, each man burdened with visions that danced like shadows in their minds. They wandered through the streets of Jerusalem, their voices echoing against the stone walls, proclaiming the message that the people desperately needed to hear, yet feared to accept. "A child shall be born to us," Isaiah cried, his voice rising in fervor. "A son given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder. His name shall be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace." Each word hung in the air, weaving through the minds of those who listened, igniting flickers of hope amidst the heaviness of despair. They couldn't see it yet, but the ground was fertile, ready to accept the seed of this prophecy. As they walked among the crowds, they witnessed the suffering, the oppressed struggling against the weight of their chains, the hungry with hollow eyes, and the sick who wandered aimlessly, seeking relief. The prophets carried the weight of these souls on their backs, feeling the sharp pangs of their pain. Yet, amidst the cries and the despair, there was an undercurrent of belief, a belief that echoed through the ages, igniting a flicker of faith that could burn bright when nurtured. More than a mere prediction, these prophecies were windows into the future, resonating with the past. The ancient texts told tales of a savior who would rise from the lineage of David, a humble shepherd turned king. "From Bethlehem, the least among us," Jeremiah recited, his voice breaking slightly with emotion. "Out of you shall come forth for me one who is to be ruler in Israel." The air thickened with the weight of history as the listeners clung to every word that poured from the prophet's lips, each syllable igniting their imaginations and whispering promises of deliverance. The words of the prophets resonated far beyond the dusty streets of their time. Centuries later, long after those voices faded into silence, they would echo through the lives of countless individuals, each person grasping desperately for the hope they represented. These oracles spoke of a new beginning, a time when the captives would be set free, the blind would see, and the brokenhearted would be mended. It was a vision that transcended time, a tapestry woven with threads of expectation and yearning. Even the stars seemed to shift in the night sky, aligning themselves to the rhythm of these prophecies, hinting at the monumental change that was coming. The wise men from the east, guided by a celestial phenomenon, gazed upward with awe. They studied the ancient texts, their hearts racing as the prophecies began to intertwine with the realities they witnessed. "We have seen his star in the east and have come to worship him," they whispered to one another, their voices trembling with the gravity of their quest. The journey they undertook was not merely a physical one. It was a pilgrimage of faith, a search for the one who would fulfill the ancient words spoken by the prophets long ago. The excitement of their journey mirrored the quiet stirrings in the hearts of those who had been waiting for generations, for centuries. Mothers sang lullabies to their children, instilling the age-old stories of hope amidst their humble homes. The nightly prayers of the faithful rose like incense, mingling with the smoke of their daily sacrifices. "Will our cries be answered?" they asked the heavens. In the shadows of despair, there was an unwavering belief that something monumental was on the horizon, a redemption that would wash over them like a cleansing tide. And then, as if orchestrated by unseen hands, the prophecies began to converge. The stage was set for something miraculous. The city of Bethlehem, a quiet town in the hills of Judea, became the very epicenter of destiny. The stage was draped in humble surroundings, yet the promise of glory lingered in the air like the scent of blooming flowers after a spring rain. It was here that the threads of prophecy would come together in a breathtaking tapestry of grace. But as the birth drew near, darkness stirred in the hearts of those in power. Herod, consumed by paranoia and jealousy, felt the tremors of change beneath his feet. His heart, hardened by greed, raced with the fear of losing control. He too had heard the whispers of the prophets, and the shadows of his thoughts grew darker with the impending arrival of the one foretold. "A king?" he seethed, his voice a low growl. "Not while I breathe." The fear of losing his throne drove him to a madness that would haunt him forever. As the prophecy unfolded, the tension thickened, wrapping around the people like a heavy cloak. The innocent and the guilty alike were drawn into the fray, their fates intertwining in a complex dance of light and dark. The prophecy of redemption hovered like a fragile flame, flickering but refusing to be snuffed out. Each moment brought them closer to the inevitable, and the weight of their choices pressed heavily on their shoulders. In that charged atmosphere, amidst dread and hope, the cries of a newborn pierced the silence of the night. The angels, those celestial beings, sang their jubilant hymn above the fields where shepherds watched over their flocks. "Fear not, for behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy," they declared, their voices harmonizing in a choir of divine celebration. The moment of truth had arrived, and the promises of old began to spring to life, unfurling before the eyes of a world desperate for redemption. It was only the beginning, a hint of the glory that was yet to come, a promise that would echo through the ages, forever igniting the flames of hope in the hearts of those who dared to believe. The tapestry of history was woven with anticipation, each thread pulling them into the next chapter, where the story of redemption awaited its unfolding. Rain fell relentlessly, its rhythm a haunting symphony against the rooftops of a once thriving city. Streets became rivers, and rivers morphed into oceans. The sky, an angry canvas, unleashed its fury, drowning out laughter, love, and life itself. In this moment, the earth trembled in fear, as did humanity, caught in the grips of an inevitable fate. In the quiet corners of history, the echoes of a great flood linger. The ancient tales speak of a man named Noah, chosen among many, tasked with a mission that felt insurmountable. He stood, heart heavy with the weight of the world, as he gathered creatures of every kind. 2 by 2, they came. Elephants, lions, and tiny sparrows, all seeking refuge from the impending doom. Each step of the animals was a whisper of hope amidst despair, a reminder of what life could be if only humanity had listened. Families huddled together, eyes wide with fear, listening to the distant rumble of thunder that felt like the roar of the universe itself. Some scoffed, unable to believe that their lives could be washed away in an instant. They continued their daily routines, dismissing the warnings of an impending catastrophe. But in the shadows, a sense of foreboding settled like a thick fog, wrapping its tendrils around their hearts. Was it too late for salvation? Would they heed the call before the waters swallowed them whole? As the skies darkened, the sun set on a way of life, leaving everything cloaked in an eerie twilight. The flood was not just a natural disaster. It was a reflection of humanity's hubris, a consequence of choices made in the pursuit of power, wealth, and greed. Nations rose with grandeur, only to topple beneath the weight of their own ambition. The rivers and lakes that once sustained civilizations now threatened to consume them, a cruel twist of fate that would echo through the ages. In the midst of chaos, the cries of children pierced the air. They were innocent, their laughter a bright spark in the shadow of despair. Yet, as the waters climbed higher, that laughter turned to screams. Parents clutched their little ones tightly, feeling the heartbeat of the world quicken as the floodwaters surged. The line between safety and danger blurred, and the very ground beneath them turned treacherous. Hope flickered like a candle in a storm, fragile but persistent. Among the throngs of terrified people, a woman named Miriam stood rooted in place, her mind racing. She mused over the tales of her ancestors, stories of survival woven into the fabric of her being. Their resilience whispered to her through the ages, urging her to fight back against the tide. "We have lived through storms before," she thought, recalling the lessons of generations past. "This is not the end. There's always a way." But the flood did not wait for anyone. Boats capsized, and the cries of the desperate mingled with the relentless rain. Each droplet was like a bead of sorrow, soaking the earth and the hearts of those who watched their homes disappear. It was a cataclysm that demanded attention, a reckoning for those who had placed their faith in materialism and excess rather than compassion and unity. As days turned into weeks, the floodwaters began to recede, unveiling a transformed world. The remnants of cities lay scattered like old toys abandoned after a storm, reminders of what was lost. Grief hung in the air, heavy and palpable. Survivors emerged from the shadows, looking into each other's eyes, searching for understanding, for forgiveness, for hope. They were united by loss, yet divided by choices. Yet, in the wake of devastation, the seeds of resilience sprouted. Communities banded together, sharing what little they had left. Hands that once grasped at wealth now reached out in kindness. They rebuilt not just their homes but their spirits, forging a new path forward. It was a testament to the human spirit, a dance of determination amidst despair. The flood had washed away their past, but it also gifted them a chance to redefine their future. But the lessons of the flood were not easily forgotten. It haunted their dreams, a specter that whispered warnings in the stillness of night. The history of the flood was inscribed in the hearts of those who survived, a poignant reminder of humanity's fall against its own arrogance. With every drop of rain that fell in the seasons to come, they felt the echo of the waters that had once consumed them, a reminder to tread lightly on the earth. In the quiet aftermath, as the sun broke through the clouds, there was a collective sigh of relief, a fragile peace, like the first breath after a long-held fear. Yet, beneath the surface, the question lingered. Would humanity learn? Would they remember the lessons of humility, compassion, and respect for the world around them? Or would they once again chase the mirage of greatness, only to find themselves ensnared in the cycle of their own making? The flood may have receded, but its teachings flowed through the veins of those who lived to tell the tale. They could feel it in the gentle breeze, in the rustle of leaves, in the chorus of birds that returned to the skies. But the tide was unpredictable, and as nature continued to remind them, the waters could rise again. And so, the survivors, now watchful and wise, stood on the cusp of a new chapter, bound together by their shared experience, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. They were no longer just a people of land and stone. They had been forged in the fires of adversity, ready to honor the lessons of their fall. But would their resolve withstand the test of time? Would they rise above the mistakes of their past or allow the flood of their own ambitions to drown them once more? As the horizon stretched before them, the sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the landscape. The future lay ahead, uncertain yet filled with possibility, a reflection of humanity's enduring spirit, waiting to be shaped anew. The story was not over. It had only just begun to unfold. The sky was a swirling mass of ominous gray, the kind of clouds that seemed to hold secrets, whispers of anguish and sorrow. Noah stood on the edge of the world he once knew, his heart heavy with the weight of the past. Raindrops began to fall, soft at first, like tears from the heavens, but they quickly grew more insistent, drumming against the ground in a chaotic rhythm. The earth trembled beneath him, as if acknowledging the turmoil that had swept through creation. He glanced back at the towering ark behind him, a massive vessel of hope and despair, built with his own calloused hands, each plank infused with sweat and prayers. Noah had been chosen, set apart from the rest. He was the last thread of a tapestry that had unraveled after generations of corruption and violence. The world had descended into chaos, and the Creator, with a voice like thunder, had decided enough was enough. A flood was coming, a cleansing wave to wash away the darkness. The sound of rushing water hung in the air, a distant roar that only he could hear, echoing the turmoil within his soul. How could he save himself, his family, and the creatures of the earth from the impending doom? The weight of his responsibility was almost too much to bear. As he stood there, he felt the eyes of the animals upon him, each one a fragile life that depended on his faith and courage. They were not just beasts. They were a part of the world, a fragment of the Creator's grand design. He remembered the day he gathered them, 2 by 2, into the ark, their eyes wide with fear and confusion. How could he assure them of safety when he was not even sure of his own? The rain intensified, a relentless cascade that blurred the horizon. Noah turned to his family. They were his anchor, yet he felt their anxiety ripple through the air. His sons, Ham, Shem, and Japheth, were strong and willing, but he could see the doubt in their eyes. They wondered, as he did, if this was truly the right path. The shadows of their past loomed large, memories of laughter, of life, now overshadowed by fear and uncertainty. "Noah," his wife called softly, stepping closer. Her voice was a balm against the storm raging inside him. "What if we are wrong? What if there is no flood?" There was a tremor in her voice, a crack that let in the light of their shared terror. He felt it too, the flicker of hope battling the darkness that threatened to engulf them all. He took a deep breath, steadying himself. In that moment, he remembered the promise he had made, the covenant that had been forged between him and the Creator. It was more than just a command. It was a bond, a sacred commitment to life itself. In the depths of his heart, he felt the stirring of that promise, a flame igniting in the soul of the universe. The Creator had chosen him for a reason, and he could not let fear dictate his actions. The rain turned to a deluge, battering the ark, an urgent reminder that time was running out. The world outside would soon be unrecognizable. The cries of the wind felt like the voices of the fallen, a lament for the lives lost in the wake of humanity's greed. Noah closed his eyes, allowing the cacophony of the storm to wash over him. Each drop on the wooden hull was a reminder of the past, a plea for redemption. Suddenly, the sky split apart with a blinding flash of lightning, illuminating the chaos around them. Noah's heart raced as he felt the tremors beneath him grow stronger. It was as if the earth itself was protesting against the flood. The old world was dying, and a new one was being born. The fear intensified, but so did his resolve. He would be the shepherd of this new beginning. In that moment of clarity, a powerful thought struck him like the lightning that tore through the sky. This would not just be an end, but a fresh start, an opportunity to rebuild, to be better, to live in harmony with all living beings. The weight of the past could not be carried into the future. He turned to his family, his voice rising above the storm. "We will not just survive, we will thrive. This is a new beginning for us and for all creatures." His words hung in the air, heavy with promise, igniting a spark of hope in their hearts. They exchanged glances, a shared understanding forming among them. The ark, once a vessel of survival, would become a symbol of renewal. As the water swirled around their feet, they could almost feel the pulse of life within the chaos, a heartbeat that resonated with their own. And then, as if in response to their collective will, the rain began to soften, transforming from a torrential downpour into a gentle patter. The world outside was still shrouded in darkness, but within the ark, a light flickered, a promise binding them to one another and to the future. As the days turned into nights, the ark became a sanctuary, a cocoon from which life would emerge anew. The sounds of the storm faded, replaced by the rustling of feathers and the soft breathing of animals. They were all in this together, every creature a vital thread in the tapestry of existence. Noah felt a profound connection to them all, a reminder that they were part of something much larger than themselves. But even as the storm subsided, uncertainty loomed like the faintest whisper. What awaited them on the other side? Would humanity learn from its mistakes? Would they be able to cultivate a world where love and respect reigned over greed and violence? The questions weighed heavily on Noah's heart, mingling with the hope that flickered like a candle in the wind. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and gold, Noah stood at the door of the ark, gazing out at the vast expanse of water, feeling both small and significant. The world was transformed, a vast ocean stretching endlessly before him, but he knew that dawn would come again. It would be a new dawn, full of possibilities and challenges. And in that silence, as the stars began to twinkle above, he made a silent vow, one that echoed through the ages: to cherish life in all its forms, to protect the delicate balance of creation, and to remember the lessons learned from the flood. As if in response to his thoughts, a gentle breeze caressed his face, a whisper of the future yet to unfold. The promise of the covenant, etched in their hearts, became a beacon of hope that would guide them through the storms of life. Together, they would step into the unknown, hand in hand, ready to embrace whatever came next. The ark, their refuge, held the weight of the past but also the light of the future. And as Noah turned back toward his family, he knew that this was just the beginning. They were not merely survivors. They were pioneers of a new world. The journey ahead was uncertain, but they would face it together, heart and soul intertwined, ready to write the next chapter of existence. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an ethereal glow over the vast plain of Shinar. A towering structure loomed in the distance, its silhouette stark against the fading light. A colossal monument to human ambition and unity. It was the Tower of Babel, and as the people gazed up at it, their hearts raced with a mix of awe and trepidation. They spoke in one language, their voices a harmonious chorus of hope and determination, unified by a shared dream to reach the heavens. In that moment, an electric energy pulsed through the crowd. Each brick laid, each stone placed represented not just a physical act but a binding promise. They believed that together they could touch the divine, break the barriers of heaven and earth, and become something greater than themselves. Their eyes sparkled with dreams of glory and power, their laughter ringing like bells in the crisp air. They envisaged a world where they stood shoulder to shoulder, no longer mere mortals confined to the earth, but architects of their destiny. Yet, beneath the surface of this collective joy simmered a quiet tension. What happens when ambition eclipses humility? The architects of Babel were unaware that their unity, while powerful, also bore the seeds of their discord. They had come together, but that very act of coming together could lead them astray. A single thought began to creep into their minds. What if we are like gods? As the workers toiled, the rhythm of their labor echoed the heartbeat of their ambition. Each hammer struck upon stone resonated with fervor. Each shout of encouragement floated skyward with hope. Yet there was an undercurrent of fear, an unspoken worry that their very unity might provoke unseen wrath. Who could challenge the heavens? Yet, in their innocence, they pressed on, building higher, reaching further, their excitement blinding them to the storm brewing on the horizon. The tower soared, stretching beyond human imagination, the sky its only limit. Cranes made of wood and ropes strained under the weight of their dreams. The sun rose and set, marking the relentless passage of time, but the people showed no signs of fatigue. With each passing day, they brought new stones, new ideas, each one more ambitious than the last. Their laughter echoed through the valley, a sound both joyous and ominous, as if the very fabric of reality shivered under the weight of their aspirations. But then, a whisper of doubt slithered through the crowd. It began as a hushed conversation between two workers, a quiet remark about the nature of their endeavor. What if, one said, we are provoking something far beyond us? The words hung in the air, heavy with foreboding. Others began to murmur. What if their unity had attracted the attention of the divine? What if their desire to reach the heavens was seen as a challenge? Still, the builders pressed on, their hearts torn between fear and ambition. The towering spire became a beacon of hope and hubris, a testament to their determination and a warning of their impending doom. They climbed higher, the air growing thin as they contended with the weight of their aspirations. As night fell, the tower seemed to glow, illuminated by the flickering lights of torches, a monument to human spirit and a flicker of hubris. Above them, in the celestial realm, the divine watched. The murmurs of the people drifted up like smoke, their unified voices a rising tide of ambition. And as they reached for the heavens, the very foundations of that unity began to tremble. What was once a harmonious chorus dissolved into confusion. Those who had been united by a singular purpose now found themselves unable to understand one another. The laughter transformed into chaos, and the joyful shouts became cries of confusion. A once familiar language twisted and morphed into a cacophony of tongues. Panic set in as workers struggled to communicate. "Pass me that stone," one shouted, only to be met with blank stares and incomprehensible responses. The builders, once a cohesive force, scattered like autumn leaves in a storm. The tower, which had risen so majestically, now stood as a stark reminder of their fractured unity. Emotions swirled: frustration, fear, anger. The dreams of reaching the heavens turned to nightmares of misunderstanding. The divine gaze pierced through their chaos, and with it came the realization that unity, while powerful, could also lead to despair when driven by pride. The tower, once a symbol of hope, now became a monument of warning. The workers looked up in disbelief as confusion reigned, their dreams unraveling before their eyes, lost in a sea of words that meant nothing. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped Babel. The once bright structure now cast long shadows, a haunting silhouette against the night. The builders, separated and lost in their confusion, would forever remember this moment, not just as a failure, but as a profound lesson woven into the fabric of humanity. With each passing day, they retreated into their fragmented communities, each group speaking its own language, forgetting the shared dreams that once united them. And yet, even in their separation, memories of that towering ambition clung to their hearts. Would they rebuild? Could they ever overcome the barriers that had been erected, not of stone, but of misunderstanding? Their eyes turned towards the remnants of the tower, a ghost of what they had dreamed. A spark remained, a flicker of hope buried beneath the weight of their pride. The desire for unity still thrummed within them, waiting for the right moment to ignite once more. The echoes of Babel lingered in the air, a poignant reminder that while the desire for unity could inspire greatness, it could also lead to consequences far beyond imagination. And as the stars twinkled overhead, the world turned, each individual, still yearning for connection, still haunted by the shadows of their past, stood on the brink of a new beginning. Would they learn from their mistakes, or would history repeat itself, spiraling once again into the depths of misunderstanding? Only time would tell. In a world where language once flowed like a river, a sudden tempest shattered the calm, scattering people like leaves in a storm. The Tower of Babel, a monumental ambition that spiraled towards the heavens, had been silenced. The cacophony of voices rose and fell, intertwining in chaos, until finally, amidst the confusion, understanding was lost. Suddenly, families found themselves speaking in tongues, unable to understand their loved ones. Friends became strangers. A single event reshaped the very fabric of society, marking the dawn of new nations. As the dust settled, the land transformed into a mosaic of tribes and clans, each speaking their own language, weaving their own stories. No longer did they share a common goal. Their dreams splintered into fragments, like shards of glass, reflecting different visions of hope and despair. Each group carved out their own identity, holding tightly to their unique customs and beliefs, as if they were precious jewels in a treasure chest. The once unified humanity became a tapestry of vibrant colors, though it was clear that these colors would clash. Yet, within this turmoil lay the whispers of something profound, an awakening, a new beginning. In the hills of ancient Mesopotamia, one could hear the sound of hammers striking soft clay. Artisans shaped tablets that told tales of their people's struggles and victories. The Sumerians, with their cuneiform script, captured the essence of their culture, laying the groundwork for future generations. Each symbol was a heartbeat, each inscription a testament to their existence. They chronicled everything from the mundane to the divine, longing to preserve the fleeting moments of their lives. The air was thick with ambition and hope, yet tinged by the anxiety of survival in this new and fractured world. Meanwhile, across the plains, the Akkadians were forging their path. Under the brilliant leadership of Sargon, they championed the idea of a centralized power, a concept so novel and yet so necessary in a land turned chaotic. They built cities that shimmered in the sun, their walls rising like giants to protect against the unknown. Trade routes blossomed, weaving connections through the chaos, as merchants traveled far and wide, bringing spices and stories from distant lands. Each transaction was infused with the potential for friendship, yet the threat of rivalry lingered just beneath the surface. But not all voices were welcomed. The Semitic tribes, with their shared ancestry but diverging languages, faced the challenge of unity. Each clan held fast to its tribal roots, but the realization dawned that survival in this new world required collaboration. They gathered under the open skies, sharing meals and songs, their laughter mingling with the wind. Yet, in the back of their minds, the fear of betrayal simmered, as trust was a fragile thing in a world that had become a battlefield of words. In the far reaches of the mountains, the fierce and proud groups of what would become the Hittites rose. With their clanging chariots and indomitable spirit, they carved a name for themselves, not just as warriors but as a people who could adapt. They learned the art of diplomacy and warfare, skillfully traversing the lines of friendship and enmity. Their leaders, wise and cunning, understood that in a world shaped by the aftermath of Babel, alliances were as crucial as swords. Yet, every alliance came with the weight of history, each betrayal echoing through time, a constant reminder of the stakes at play. As twilight descended, the sound of drums could be heard echoing through the valleys, signaling gatherings of tribes. Each dance was a story, each rhythm a heartbeat of a nation struggling to find its voice. The air crackled with energy, as young men and women vowed to preserve their heritage, to protect their stories from fading into oblivion. But for every flicker of hope, shadows loomed in the corners. Raids from neighboring tribes served as a harsh reminder of the world's harshness, and the unity they sought sometimes felt just out of reach. In the cities, scribes worked tirelessly, documenting the rise and fall of powers. Their ink flowed like blood on parchment, capturing the essence of fleeting moments that could change the course of history. Each civilization sought to immortalize itself, yet they were all intertwined in an intricate dance of fate. As they penned their narratives, they were acutely aware of the weight of legacy, feeling the responsibility to ensure their culture would endure, no matter the cost. And then came the storms. With the dawn of nations came the rise of conflict, clashes over land, resources, and ideologies. Battles erupted as hearts thumped with fervor, each clash echoing the cries of ancestors long past. The battlefield became a brutal canvas, painted with the shades of sacrifice and valor. Courage mingled with despair, as heroes emerged from the ashes of fallen comrades. The cries of the wounded pierced the air, a haunting reminder that in their fight for survival, they had become entangled in a web of blood and honor. Yet, in the quiet moments between the chaos, seeds of cooperation were sown. Merchants traded not just goods, but ideas, infusing cultures with the essence of one another. Farmers learned new techniques, artists exchanged styles, and families began to see the beauty in their differences. Each interaction was a thread in the fabric of a new world, woven tighter with every shared laugh, every meal broken together. The vision of unity flickered like a candle in the darkness, a promise that perhaps, one day, the voices of many would harmonize once more. But as new nations emerged from the shadows of Babel, a lingering question hung in the air. Could humanity truly heal the wounds of division? Would they find solace in shared dreams? Or would the scars of the past continue to shape their future? In a world where language had once divided them, the quest for understanding became the ultimate challenge. As the sun set on this era of transformation, the stakes grew higher, and the hearts of the people beat faster, knowing that their very existence depended on the choices they would make next. The stage was set. The next act awaited, teetering on the edge of history, each moment pregnant with possibility. Under the vast, unending sky of ancient Mesopotamia, a lone figure stood at the crossroads of destiny. The air was thick with the scent of dust and the murmur of distant cattle. It echoed the pulse of life that thrived in this arid land. Abraham, a man of simple beginnings, felt a stirring in his heart, a whisper coursing through his veins, beckoning him to something greater than himself. His world was small, yet the heavens above felt infinite, and in that moment he was poised on the edge of a new reality. The flickering flames of a small fire danced in front of him, casting shadows that loomed like the weight of his thoughts. What did it mean to be called? To leave everything behind? Each crackling sound seemed to echo the tension building within him, a crescendo of longing and uncertainty. His heart raced as he recalled the promise that had turned his world upside down. Go from your country and your people and your father's household to the land I will show you. The words reverberated, laced with both hope and fear. Caravans passed by, laden with goods that spoke of trade and connection. Yet, Abraham felt a pull away from the familiar, a call that resonated deeper than the clanging of metal or the laughter of children playing in the dust. He gazed at the horizon, where the sun dipped low, painting the sky in hues of orange and gold, a celestial canvas that seemed to signal the dawn of a new era. Inside him, a storm raged, a tempest of excitement and dread. He could hear the laughter of his loved ones, the cries of his neighbors. How could he possibly walk away from all this? The faces of his family haunted him, their joy and sorrow intertwined. What will they think? What will they say? Each question felt like a stone in his heart. Yet there was another voice, the voice of promise and purpose, that silenced his doubts. A covenant awaited him, a bond that stretched across generations, weaving through the fabric of time itself. That night, as the stars emerged like diamonds scattered across velvet, Abraham sat in silence, pondering the weight of his decision. He recalled the tales of his ancestors, their struggles, their triumphs, their unwavering faith. The legacy of his lineage whispered to him, and he realized he was not just leaving for himself. He was stepping into a story that would resonate through ages, a narrative rich with the potential for greatness. A cool breeze swept across the plain, rustling the leaves of nearby trees. It carried with it a sense of urgency, an unseen force compelling him to act. He closed his eyes and envisioned the land promised to him, a place flowing with milk and honey, a sanctuary where his descendants would thrive. But the path loomed uncertain, shrouded in the mists of the unknown. Would he have the strength to follow through? As dawn broke, painting the world anew, Abraham felt a sudden clarity wash over him. The call was not merely a command. It was an invitation to embrace his destiny. A fire ignited within him, burning away the last vestiges of hesitation. He rose, knowing that this journey would not only shape his life but alter the course of history itself. With every step he took, he felt the weight of generations on his shoulders, dreams, aspirations, and the hopes of countless lives yet to be lived. He gathered his family, his heart pounding with the urgency of his mission. "We are moving to a land promised to us," he declared, his voice steady yet trembling with emotion. Sarah, his beloved wife, met his gaze, her eyes glimmering with both apprehension and trust. Together they had faced trials, and now they stood on the brink of something monumental. As they packed their belongings, a mix of fear and excitement filled the air. The excitement of the unknown danced around them like the flutter of wings, while the fear of losing everything they knew clung to their hearts. Abraham's heart swelled with a resolve stronger than any he had ever known. He knew that the promise of this new covenant was not just for him, but for the future of an entire nation. Days turned into weeks as they traveled across barren landscapes and lush valleys. The sun beat down mercilessly, yet each drop of sweat was a testament to their faith. The road was filled with challenges, bandits lurking in the shadows, the threat of famine, and the haunting memories of what they left behind. Yet, through every hardship, The promise kindled hope deep within Abraham's soul. One night, camped beneath the expanse of stars, Abraham found himself staring into the flickering flames. He thought of the covenant God made with him, of descendants as numerous as the stars above. His heart raced at the thought of what that would mean. Would he truly be blessed? Would he see a lineage spring forth from his loins? Sarah's gentle touch brought him back to the present. "What if the promise is too big?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. There was vulnerability in her eyes that mirrored his own fears. Abraham took her hands, feeling the warmth of her love grounding him. "We must trust," he replied, a conviction solidifying within him. The call was ours to answer, and in that answer lies our legacy. As they continued their journey, every step felt like a march toward destiny. The people they met along the way, some welcoming and others hostile, each played a part in this grand tale. They were witnesses to a story unfolding, one that would challenge the very essence of faith and resilience. The horizon stretched before them, a promise yet to be fulfilled. One evening, as the sun dipped low once more, Abraham stood on a hill overlooking a lush valley. The land flowed with promise, yet something felt incomplete. The covenant was only beginning, and the weight of it bore down on him like the heat of the desert sun. He could feel the stirring of something momentous, a movement that would echo through time. As night fell and the stars blinked back into existence, Abraham felt the call once again. It was stronger, more insistent. He wondered what lay ahead, what trials awaited him, and what triumphs would emerge from this bold leap of faith. The shadows of doubt flickered at the edges of his mind, but he stood resolute in the glow of the firelight, ready to embrace the unknown that lay ahead. In the silence of the night, under the watchful gaze of the heavens, Abraham understood that the call was more than a journey. It was the ignition of a flame that could never be extinguished. And with that realization, he felt the stirrings of a new covenant, one that would change everything. The sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. Shadows danced among the trees, whispers of a time long past echoed through the cool evening air. In this moment, one could almost sense the heartbeat of an ancient world, where every blade of grass held the weight of a promise, every rustle of leaves spoke of life and longing. The image of Eden emerged like a dream, a place of beauty, innocence, and profound significance. For centuries, the Garden of Eden has captured the imagination of humanity. It is not merely a location. It is a symbol, a promise of hope and fulfillment that transcends history and culture. The lush landscape, abundant with fruits and flowers, stands as a powerful metaphor for the potential of life unspoiled. As people wandered through the pages of sacred texts, they imagined the sweetness of forbidden fruit and felt the cool breeze that whispered secrets of the divine. In the stories told in ancient Mesopotamia, the garden was where the first humans, Adam and Eve, walked hand in hand, basking in the glow of creation. The imagery of Eden speaks to the heart's desire for connection, for a return to a state of purity and harmony. This longing is timeless, echoed in every culture, reminding us of what once was and what could be again. The lush surroundings of Eden represent a life free from strife, a sanctuary where every creature lived in peace. The trees of knowledge and life stood tall, their branches outstretched as if to share wisdom. The rivers, flowing clear and strong, cradled the land in a gentle embrace. Through the ages, this portrayal of paradise has pulled at the strings of human emotion, evoking feelings of nostalgia and yearning. Each retelling of the Edenic tale serves as a reminder of the fragile balance between innocence and temptation. As history unfolded, the imagery of Eden morphed and adapted, weaving itself into the fabric of civilizations. From the lush gardens of Babylon, where hanging plants cascaded down like green waterfalls, to the serene landscapes depicted in Renaissance paintings, the vision of paradise remained a guiding light. Artists and poets found inspiration in its beauty, creating works that mirrored the splendor of a world untouched by sorrow. In the shadows of towering cathedrals, congregations whispered prayers, their hopes intertwined with visions of Eden. The imagery of paradise became a powerful tool, igniting the hearts of those who sought solace and redemption. The concept of a promised land grew, evolving into a testament of faith and aspiration. A land flowing with milk and honey, where dreams could blossom just as flowers burst into bloom after a spring rain. Yet, with beauty often comes tragedy. The garden, once a symbol of divine grace, became a reminder of loss. The exile of Adam and Eve bore heavy consequences, and the image of paradise faded into memory, replaced by the reality of toil and suffering. Each generation echoed the pain of separation, yearning for a return to the sacred ground where life was pure and unblemished. The tension between longing and loss played out across the tapestry of human existence. People wandered through deserts and across mountains, searching for their own Eden, their promised land. The stories of these journeys were filled with hardship, yet each step resonated with the hope of finding a place where they could reclaim what had been lost. Time and time again, the imagery of Eden offered solace, a vision of what could be achieved through perseverance and faith. As the sun set further, casting eerie yet beautiful shadows over the landscape, the weight of history felt palpable. The significance of Edenic imagery became a thread connecting past and present, binding the hearts of people across cultures and generations. Each story told around campfires or shared in quiet moments was a testament to the enduring power of hope. Through the ages, poems and hymns celebrated the beauty of the garden, while tales of redemption offered glimpses of light amid darkness. The memory of Eden beckoned individuals to strive for a better existence, fueling movements for justice, equality, and peace. The echoes of its promise reverberated through the corridors of time, inspiring dreams that stretched far beyond the confines of earthly chains. In every flicker of candlelight, in every whispered prayer, the image of Eden lingered, a reminder that paradise could be reclaimed, that the sweetness of life could once again flourish. The cries of the oppressed found strength within the promise of a fertile land where coexistence thrived. This was more than just a story. It was a legacy carved into the hearts of people yearning for a brighter future. Beneath the surface of the shared human experience, there lay an understanding that Eden was not merely a place but a state of being, a feeling of connection to the land, to each other, and to the divine. The promise of returning to this paradise inspired revolutions and movements, igniting a fire within the souls of those who dared to dream. And so, as the darkness enveloped the world and the stars twinkled overhead, the longing for Eden became a chorus that echoed through the ages, a reminder that though the garden may have been lost, the vision continued to burn brightly in the hearts of those who believed in the promise of a better tomorrow. The significance of Edenic imagery lay not only in what was once, but in what could be, a beacon of hope that urged humanity forward, ever in search of its promised land. In the dim, flickering light of an ancient cave, a figure sat hunched over a rough-hewn stone, fingers stained with the rich earth. Eve, with her wild hair cascading around her shoulders, was crafting something beautiful amidst the chaos of creation. The fire crackled nearby, cocooning her in warmth, while the shadows of history danced on the walls around her. She was both the beginning and the end, the first woman, the mother of all humanity, holding in her heart the weight of 1,000 stories yet to be told. As she worked, the silence was punctuated by the whispers of the world beyond her sanctuary. A rustle of leaves, the gentle call of a bird, the soft murmur of a river. Each sound seemed to echo her thoughts, her doubts, her fierce determination. Eve was not just a figure shrouded in the mists of time. She was a symbol, a beacon of strength and complexity, the embodiment of womanhood. She had tasted the fruit of knowledge, igniting within her the flames of ambition and consequence. This pivotal choice would ripple through generations, shaping the very fabric of society. In the years that followed, Eve's legacy blossomed in countless ways. Women across cultures began to rise, their voices woven into the tapestry of history. In ancient Egypt, women ruled alongside men, wielding power as pharaohs, their names etched in gold upon the monuments of time. Hatshepsut, with her regal bearing and shrewd intellect, donned the crown and commanded armies, her image immortalized as a goddess. She walked the same halls where once only men tread, her story a testament to the unyielding spirit of women. Across the sea, in the realms of Greece, women like Aspasia captivated minds with their words and wisdom. She was not merely a companion to Pericles. She was a force that shaped political thought, a luminary who challenged the norms of her time. In the shadows of the Parthenon, women gathered, sharing dreams, nurturing ideas, their laughter spilling into the night. They were both mothers and thinkers, each conversation a thread pulling them closer to a world where their voices would no longer be silenced. Yet darkness loomed as it always does. The tides of history turned, and women were often pushed back into the shadows. The rise of rigid patriarchies wrapped the world in chains of oppression. Yet, even in these suffocating confines, the spirit of Eve lingered on. The women of the Middle Ages, clad in simple dresses, wielded their needles as weapons, stitching the fabric of their realities with resilience. They were healers, midwives, and philosophers known only to a few. In their quiet homes, they passed knowledge from mother to daughter, igniting sparks of courage that would burst forth in later centuries. Then came the Renaissance, a time when ideas blossomed like spring flowers breaking through the frost. Women like Isabella d'Este and Artemisia Gentileschi rose, their art and intellect challenging the boundaries set by centuries of tradition. Isabella, a ruler of Mantua, hosted salons where the brightest minds mingled, her influence extending beyond her realm. Artemisia, with her fierce brush strokes, painted stories of strong women, echoing the very essence of Eve. They transformed their pain into powerful narratives, their legacies shimmering like stars in the night sky. But the struggle continued. The world was still not ready to fully embrace the power of women. The suffragettes marched, their voices rising like a crescendo, demanding the right to vote. They faced scorn and brutality, yet their determination echoed through the streets. Each banner they raised was a tribute to Eve, a call to arms for all women who had been denied their place in the sun. Women like Emmeline Pankhurst and Susan B. Anthony became symbols of hope, their battles igniting the flames of change. As the years rolled on, the fires of revolution sparked across continents. Women in the 20th century marched into factories during wars, their labor a lifeline, proving once and for all that they were more than caretakers. They became engineers, scientists, and leaders. A young girl named Malala would rise, the weight of a world on her shoulders, her voice unwavering in the face of terror. She stood in defiance, echoing the very spirit of Eve, demanding education and freedom for all girls, her courage lighting a path for generations to come. Yet, with each step forward, shadows loomed larger. The world continued to grapple with the dichotomy of progress and oppression. Women of color fought their own battles, often sidelined in the broader narrative. Figures like Sojourner Truth and Maya Angelou emerged, their words powerful enough to shatter ceilings built on centuries of silence. They brought forth the voices of the marginalized, weaving together stories of struggle and triumph, their legacies forever intertwined with that of Eve. In the modern age, as technology advanced and the world grew interconnected, women rose once more, fierce and unyielding. They took their rightful place in boardrooms, laboratories, and the halls of power. Leaders like Angela Merkel and Jacinda Ardern emerged, their governance a blend of compassion and strength, proving that leadership could wear many faces. Each success was a tribute to Eve, a reminder that her legacy was not just one of beginnings but of ongoing resistance and resilience. Yet the fight was far from over. In every corner of the globe, women continued to battle for their rights, their dignity, and their futures. Each protest, each movement, was a heartbeat, a reminder of the struggles that had come before, a mosaic of voices echoing Eve's original cry for freedom and understanding. And even now, as the world turns, the legacy of Eve lives on, a bright flame igniting the hearts of women everywhere. Her story threads through the lives of daughters and granddaughters, a lineage of strength, courage, and wisdom. The tale of womanhood is still unfolding, chapters yet to be written, with every woman carrying a piece of that ancient legacy within her. In the cool shadows of the ancient land, where whispers of the past lingered like a soft breeze, there lay a garden, a place so profoundly enchanting that even the winds seemed to hum its praises. Eden, the very name carried a promise, a haunting echo of a paradise lost, where the first humans walked hand in hand with the divine, their laughter mingling with the rustle of leaves. The trees stood tall, their branches heavy with fruit, each one a symbol of temptation, of choice, of longing. How could such a place exist, and yet be so distant from the hearts of those who yearned for its beauty? Jewish thought cradles Eden as more than just an idyllic landscape. It is a tapestry woven with threads of theology, morality, and the eternal quest for connection with God. The stories of creation and banishment are not mere tales but lessons steeped in rich tradition, carrying the weight of generations. From the moment Adam opened his eyes in that lush garden to the heart-wrenching moment of exile, every event resonated with the complexity of human experience. Adam, the first man, breathed in the fragrance of the flowers, his existence a divine experiment, an exploration of what it means to be human. As Adam stood amidst the verdant wonders, he felt the pulse of creation. He named the animals, each name a prayer, a bond forming between the Creator and the created. In those moments, he was not just a man. He was a partner with God in the ongoing act of creation. The profound connection between the earthly and the divine shimmered like sunlight filtering through the branches. But with each joyful heartbeat came the shadow of choice, the heavy mantle of free will, and the knowledge that to choose was to bear the weight of consequence. The serpent, cunning and persuasive, slithered through the garden, an embodiment of doubt and temptation. Its words dripped with a sweetness that masked a bitter truth. Knowledge comes at a price. Eve, curious and brave, felt the pull of the forbidden fruit. In that moment, the world shifted. The crunch of the apple echoed like thunder, the first sin ringing through the ages. She turned toward Adam, and in their shared gaze, the enormity of their choice unfolded. A moment that would ripple through time and change the course of humanity. For Jewish scholars, Eden represents more than just a paradise lost. It is a metaphor for the human condition. The banishment from the garden marked the beginning of a profound journey, one of searching, of longing for reconciliation with the divine. The teachings of the sages emphasize that this exile shaped humanity, teaching lessons about responsibility, morality, and the struggle for redemption. The fall from grace was not simply a punishment, but a catalyst for growth, urging humanity to seek a return to innocence, to reclaim the purity that was lost. Throughout history, Jewish thinkers have grappled with the implications of Eden. The Talmud offers reflections that illuminate the complex relationship between humanity and God. The idea that humanity was created in God's image invites a deeper understanding of the divine presence within each person. The garden serves as a reminder of the potential for goodness, a call to nurture the spark of holiness that resides in everyone. Yet, this potential is always accompanied by the reality of choice and consequence, a theme that resonates through the annals of Jewish thought. The thought of Eden evokes a powerful emotional response, a bittersweet nostalgia for a time when the world was untouched by pain and division. The longing for that harmony continues to pulse in the hearts of many, a silent prayer for a return to paradise. The concept of tikkun olam, or repairing the world, emerges as a direct response to the loss of Eden. In this pursuit, the echoes of the garden inspire acts of kindness, justice, and compassion, urging humanity to restore the balance that was disrupted by that fateful choice. In the prayers whispered during the high holy days, the imagery of Eden resurfaces, evoking a collective yearning for redemption and wholeness. The words resonate with the weight of history, a reminder of the fragility of existence and the power of hope. As the Jewish people gather, their voices harmonize in a melody that bridges the gap between the past and the future, the sacred and the mundane. Each note carries the essence of Eden, a yearning for closeness with God that transcends time and space. The garden is not merely a distant memory. It pulses with life in the teachings and stories passed down through generations. Its essence permeates the rituals and traditions that define Jewish identity, offering a glimpse of what could be. A world where the divine and the earthly intertwine in perfect harmony. The imagery of the garden continues to inspire artists, poets, and thinkers, each interpretation breathing new life into an ancient narrative. In the quiet moments of reflection, the garden beckons. The lush greenery, the fragrant blossoms, and the gentle sounds of nature remind those who pause that the pursuit of Eden is not just a dream but a call to action. Each person carries the weight of that choice, the responsibility to nurture the world around them, to plant seeds of kindness, and to strive for a return to a place where heaven and earth embrace once more. As the sun sets over the horizon, casting golden rays upon the land, the stories of Eden linger, weaving through the fabric of Jewish thought. This eternal quest for connection to the divine pulsates with life, urging every soul to seek, to question, to believe. The garden remains an ever-present symbol of hope, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, and the unending quest for redemption in a world that continues to mirror the choices of its first inhabitants. The tale of Eden, with all its complexity and richness, invites each person to reflect on their own journey, an unbroken thread that connects past and present, heart and soul, longing and fulfillment. In the dim light of a humble stable, a child was born, one who would change the course of history. The air was thick with the scent of hay and the quiet murmurs of animals, yet the stillness held a weighty promise. This was not just any child. This was Jesus, the new Adam, a figure whose life would echo through the ages, igniting hope in the hearts of millions and illuminating the shadows of sin and despair. The world had waited for this moment, groaning under the burden of brokenness since the time of the first man, Adam. In the garden where innocence once reigned, choices were made that shattered the perfect harmony of creation. Adam's failure led to a chasm between humanity and God, a rift that left people yearning for reconciliation. And now, in this unassuming setting, God was stepping into the tapestry of human existence once again, ready to weave a new narrative of salvation. As the stars twinkled above that night, they bore witness to an extraordinary birth. Angels broke the silence, singing praises that echoed across the fields, proclaiming the arrival of the Savior. The shepherds, rough and rugged, were awakened from their mundane lives, their hearts pounding with a mix of fear and wonder. They left their flocks behind and rushed to see this miraculous child, their spirits ignited by the news that the long-awaited Messiah had come. In the years that followed, Jesus would walk the earth, teaching and healing, embodying the very essence of love and grace. He was fully human, yet without flaw, a stark contrast to the first Adam who had succumbed to temptation. Every word he spoke was a balm for the weary, every miracle a testament to his divine authority. The lame walked, the blind saw, and the broken-hearted found solace in his presence. His life was a powerful reminder of what it meant to be truly alive, free from the chains of sin that bound humanity. Yet, with every miracle and every act of compassion, there was a growing tension. The religious leaders of the time, who clung to their rigid traditions, felt threatened by this man who challenged their authority. Instead of recognizing him as their promised deliverer, they saw him as a usurper, a threat to the status quo. The whispers of dissent grew louder, and the shadows of betrayal began to loom over Jesus. As he made his way toward Jerusalem, the weight of what was to come pressed down on him. He knew the path would lead to suffering and sacrifice, the ultimate price for the redemption of humanity. In the Garden of Gethsemane, he prayed fervently, sweat like drops of blood falling to the ground. The tension was palpable, a battle between divine purpose and human anguish. His closest friends, weary and unaware, struggled to stay awake, oblivious to the gravity of the moment. And then came the kiss of betrayal. Judas, one of the 12, chose silver over the Savior, sealing Christ's fate with a simple gesture. The arrest was swift, chaos erupting in the stillness of the night. The soldiers came, torches flickering in the darkness, illuminating the faces of those who had once marveled at his miracles. Peter, with a heart full of fear and loyalty, drew his sword, but Jesus stopped him, teaching a lesson that would echo through time: love even in the face of betrayal. In the following hours, the world would witness the ultimate demonstration of love and sacrifice. With each lash of the whip, with each mocking word hurled at him, Jesus bore the weight of sin upon his shoulders. He walked the road to Golgotha, a hill that would forever be etched in history as the place of crucifixion. The nails pierced his hands and feet, a visceral reminder of humanity's brokenness and the cost of redemption. As darkness enveloped the land, the earth trembled. It was as if creation itself mourned the loss of its creator. And yet, in that despair, a flicker of hope remained. Jesus, hanging there, uttered words that would reverberate through the ages. "It is finished." In that moment, the new Adam was reversing the curse that began in the garden, offering forgiveness and life to all who would believe. The stone sealing his tomb was heavy, and the world fell silent, steeped in grief. But on the third day, when the dawn broke, something miraculous occurred. The stone rolled away, and the tomb lay empty. The new Adam had risen, conquering sin and death once and for all. The first Adam had brought death into the world, but Christ, the second Adam, had ushered in life new, eternal, unbreakable. As news of his resurrection spread, hope ignited in the hearts of the disciples. The fear that had paralyzed them melted away as they encountered the risen Christ, who walked among them, breaking bread and sharing stories. The air buzzed with joy and disbelief. Thomas, filled with doubt, was met with an invitation to touch the wounds, to believe. The moment he did, he declared, "My Lord and my God," the culmination of faith that would ripple through generations. In the years that followed, the message of the new Adam would sweep across the globe. The early Christians, filled with the Holy Spirit, began to share the good news, igniting a movement that would transform lives and societies. The resurrection became the cornerstone of their faith, the beacon of hope that would draw the lost and broken into the embrace of divine love. And so, the narrative continued. The new Adam's impact resonated not just in the pages of history, but in the hearts of every believer who encountered the call to follow him. Each person became part of the story, part of the redemption plan that God had woven from the very beginning. The promise of restoration echoed in their souls, igniting a passion to love, serve, and spread the message of hope to a world still longing for healing. In every act of kindness, in every moment of grace, the legacy of the new Adam lived on. Faith, hope, and love intertwined, creating a beautiful tapestry of redemption that stretched across time and space. The journey was far from over. It pulsed with life, each heartbeat a reminder of the transformative power of Christ. The world awaited, and the story continued, forever entwined with the promise that began in a stable, where the new Adam took his first breath, destined to change everything. In a time long before the weight of the world settled upon humanity, a garden flourished, a paradise untouched by sorrow, a realm of lush landscapes and crystal-clear waters. This was Eden, a name whispered through time, a dream that danced on the lips of generations. It was a sanctuary where joy wove through every leaf and branch, where laughter filled the air like the sweet scent of blooming flowers. Here, existence was pure and all was in harmony. In the sacred verses of the Quran, this garden is not merely a tale. It is a profound testament to the essence of life itself. The Quran speaks of Eden with a voice that resonates through the ages, inviting those who seek truth to witness the beauty woven into its narrative. The lush descriptions create vivid imagery, rivers flowing with water, milk, honey, and wine, gifts from the Creator, reflecting the abundance of divine mercy. The air is thick with the perfume of paradise, where every element exists in perfect balance, and peace reigns supreme. As the story unfolds, the characters of this celestial drama come to life. Adam, the first of mankind, stands at the threshold of this magnificent garden. His creation is not merely an accident of nature. It is the climax of a divine plan. Everything around him, from the towering trees to the vibrant flowers, speaks of a creator who cares deeply for his creation. Adam's heart beats with the rhythm of the earth, and every breath fills his lungs with the essence of life. But there is a crucial moment when he learns that even in paradise, choices matter. Eve, in her own radiant grace, steps into the scene, a companion crafted from Adam's essence, embodying love, strength, and unwavering support. Together, they explore the wonders of Eden, their laughter echoing through the branches, their footsteps leaving gentle imprints on the soft earth. But beneath the surface of this ideal existence lies a test, a harbinger of the challenges that lie ahead. an exquisite fruit hanging tantalizingly from the tree of knowledge. This forbidden fruit, a symbol of temptation, calls to them, whispering promises of insight and understanding. It is a lure that tugs at the core of human nature, a reminder that even in paradise, the heart can be swayed. The serpent, cunning and articulate, weaves a tapestry of doubt, planting seeds of curiosity. Why not taste? It hisses, its voice smooth like the rippling stream. The allure is powerful, and the conflict intensifies, a quiet storm brewing in the tranquil paradise. As Adam and Eve stand at the crossroads of innocence and experience, the atmosphere thickens with tension. The weight of their choice feels monumental, echoing through the ages. Would they embrace the unknown, shatter the boundaries imposed upon them, or would they abide by the sacred command of their Creator? The moment hangs suspended in time, a point of no return that will forever alter the course of humanity. And then, in a heartbeat, they reach for the fruit, breaking the divine command. The taste is exquisite, bursting with flavor, but the moment of delight shatters the tranquility of Eden. Suddenly, knowledge floods in, but with it comes the sting of awareness. Their eyes open to a reality that is both beautiful and terrifying. Guilt washes over them like a storm, and shame wraps around their hearts, squeezing tightly. The very paradise they called home transforms before their eyes, shifting from a place of bliss to a landscape fraught with consequences. The narrative in the Quran does not linger on their punishment alone. It speaks of mercy intertwined with justice. As they are cast out of Eden, it is not merely a tale of loss but also one of hope. The expulsion becomes a pivotal moment, sparking the journey of humanity laden with struggles, growth, and the quest for redemption. The garden remains etched in their hearts, a beacon of what once was, a memory that haunts and inspires. Even in their exile, the love between Adam and Eve endures, forging a bond that will carry them through trials and tribulations. They learn to cultivate the earth, to nurture life, and to seek forgiveness. The Quran emphasizes this journey. The struggle is not the end but a prelude to the story of humanity. It is a reminder that even when one strays, the path back is illuminated by the light of divine mercy. As generations pass, the tale of Eden continues to resonate, echoing through the hearts of believers across the ages. It speaks of a longing for that lost paradise, a yearning to reconnect with the essence of creation. The story becomes a thread that weaves through time, inspiring countless souls to seek a return to their origins, to reclaim the harmony that once existed. In the Islamic view, Eden is more than a location. It is a symbol of hope, a promise of what is to come. The garden serves as a metaphor for the human condition, a reminder that each individual is on a unique journey. The Quran beckons humanity to learn from Adam and Eve, to navigate the complexities of life with faith and resilience. The tension of choice persists, reminding everyone that within every decision lies the potential for growth, redemption, and the possibility of returning to a state of grace. As the pages turn, the imagery of Eden lingers, lush, vibrant, alive. The rivers continue to flow, the trees stand tall, and the air hums with the essence of compassion and forgiveness. The garden, though lost to Adam and Eve, remains alive in the hearts of those who seek to understand their place in the grand tapestry of existence. The quest for Eden becomes an eternal journey, where hope intertwines with faith, and every soul strives to reclaim the paradise that lies within. And as the narrative unfolds, it is clear that this tale is not just about what was, but also about what is still possible. A promise of redemption that awaits all who seek it. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over a lush paradise where time itself seemed to pause. In this sacred space, a couple walked hand in hand, laughter and whispered secrets dancing on the breeze. Their surroundings were a vivid tapestry of vibrant colors, emerald greens, warm pinks, and electric blues, all humming with life. This was Eden, a place of pure bliss, where every creature lived in harmony and every element of nature sang its own song. But beneath the surface of this beauty lay a narrative that has captivated hearts and minds throughout history. In ancient texts, the Garden of Eden is painted not just as a paradise, but as a powerful symbol of innocence and the fragile nature of human existence. The earliest representations emerged in the texts of Mesopotamia, where the idea of a perfect garden filled with lush plants and flowing rivers took root. Artists of the time carved intricate seals depicting a paradise where gods mingled with mortals, hinting at a connection that seemed almost tangible. As centuries flowed like the rivers of Eden, the imagery evolved. When the Bible introduced its version, artists like Jan Bruegel the Elder created breathtaking oil paintings that captured the garden's splendor. His brushstrokes brought to life the rich tapestry of flora and fauna, each piece bursting with color and detail. In every scene, the viewer could almost hear the soft rustle of leaves and the distant sound of water cascading over smooth stones. Yet, a sense of foreboding lingered in the air. The fruit-laden trees held secrets that whispered of temptation. Moving into the Renaissance, the concept of Eden was transformed by the likes of Michelangelo and Botticelli. These masters infused their works with a sense of divine purpose. Botticelli's Primavera, though not an Eden painting per se, echoed its themes of rebirth and harmony. Here, figures danced in an ethereal garden, their movements graceful and free, yet the shadows they cast hinted at the complexities of desire and consequence. The lush growth surrounding them seemed alive, a reminder of what was lost and what could be found again. In literature, the essence of Eden bloomed with fierce beauty and tragic inevitability. John Milton's Paradise Lost brought forth a powerful narrative that combined grace with despair. The epic poem delved into the minds and hearts of Adam and Eve, showcasing their innocence but also the weight of their choices. With every line, readers felt the push and pull of desire and divine command. The fall from grace was not just a loss of paradise but a poignant commentary on human nature itself, a struggle that resonated with every soul that dared to dream. As the Enlightenment dawned, artists and writers began to reimagine Eden through the lens of humanity's relationship with nature. William Blake's illustrations, infused with emotion, depicted the purity of the garden while hinting at the looming darkness of mankind's choices. His vibrant colors and swirling forms breathed life into the story, capturing the tension between creation and destruction. Each image told a story where innocence danced on the edge of a knife, drawing viewers in with an almost hypnotic pull. The Romantic era took this emotional intensity even further. Poets like Wordsworth and Coleridge saw their own connection to nature as a reflection of the lost paradise. Their verses painted images of untouched landscapes, where the beauty of the natural world whispered secrets of a simpler time. This longing for Eden, for a return to innocence, resonated deeply with their audiences, who felt the ache of separation from something truly sacred. As the 19th century turned into the 20th, the focus shifted once again. Artists like Gustav Klimt began to explore the themes of sensuality and the human experience, creating works that were lush with color and rife with emotional complexity. Klimt's The Tree of Life echoed the Eden narrative, intertwining themes of creation, love, and the intertwining fates of humanity and nature. Each leaf seemed to shimmer with possibility, evoking the thrill of potential that existed within both life and art. Throughout these transformations, the essence of Eden remained an unyielding thread. It was not just about paradise. It was about the journey of humanity toward understanding. In the works of contemporary artists, Eden appears as a reflection of our modern dilemmas. The stark contrasts between the lushness of nature and the encroachment of urban life create a tension that is palpable. This juxtaposition brings forth questions about our stewardship of the earth and the choices we make. In literature, modern authors explore Eden as a metaphor for lost innocence in complex societies. The tension builds as characters navigate their own relationships with nature and morality, echoing the age-old themes of desire, temptation, and consequence. Each story pulls the reader into a web of emotions that mirror the struggles of Adam and Eve, making it impossible to turn away. As the canvas of history unfolds, the representations of Eden vibrate with life, pulsating with the emotions of those who have dared to dream of paradise. From the ancients to modern artists, the essence of Eden continues to inspire and provoke thought. It is a reminder of the beauty that exists in the world and the fragile thread that connects humanity to nature. The garden remains an eternal symbol of hope, a place where every brushstroke and word resonates with the heartbeat of life itself. Yet, as the sun sets on this magnificent garden, with shadows stretching long and whispers of the past echoing through time, one can't help but wonder what lies beyond the horizon. The stories of Eden may seem complete, but in the hearts of those who contemplate its meaning, the narrative flows on, intertwining with the fate of humanity itself. The garden beckons, its beauty and mystery an unending source of inspiration. What will be painted next? What words will echo through the ages? The canvas is vast, and the story is far from over. In the cool shade of an ancient olive tree, the leaves whispered stories of grief and hope. The Garden of Eden, draped in poetic splendor, was not merely a mythical paradise but a crucible of human thought and moral dilemmas. The scent of ripe fruit hung heavy in the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of damp soil. Here, in this sacred space, humankind first tasted freedom and, with it, the bitter seeds of consequence. As the first rays of dawn broke, illuminating the lush greenery, a tension simmered in the air. Adam and Eve, the first to walk the earth, faced the most profound choice: to obey or to rebel. This moment, so steeped in symbolism, ignited a spark that would influence countless generations of thinkers. The forbidden fruit hung tantalizingly from the tree, a beautiful yet treacherous temptation. It was a choice that would echo through the ages, an eternal question of right and wrong, of knowledge and ignorance. Philosophers like Plato and Aristotle, centuries later, would grapple with the weight of Eden's narrative. Plato, who believed in an ideal world beyond this one, could see the garden as the ultimate form of goodness, a perfect realm where morality thrived. The very existence of Eden challenged him to ponder the nature of justice and virtue. He envisioned a society guided by reason and wisdom, yet the seed of desire and choice was already planted in the fabric of human existence. Eden also sparked another flame, a more tumultuous one. The serpent, that cunning embodiment of doubt, slithered through the minds of many. The biblical tale became a vivid metaphor for the struggle against ignorance. The ethical implications of knowledge cascaded through history, stirring the thoughts of thinkers such as Augustine and Aquinas. Augustine, that tormented soul, wrestled with the dualities of sin and grace. He saw Eden not just as a paradise lost but as a reflection of the human heart, the eternal conflict between desire and morality. As centuries turned, the echoes of Eden reached the Enlightenment thinkers. The garden represented humanity's first encounter with moral freedom. Could this be the birthplace of ethical frameworks? The philosophers of this era, like Rousseau, were fascinated by the idea of the noble savage, a being uncorrupted by society's deceit. They pondered whether civilization itself was a fall from grace, a departure from the simplicity and purity of Eden. With each passing generation, the garden's implications became more complex, a tapestry woven with lines of ethical dilemmas and philosophical inquiries. Emotions ran high as the tales of Eden seeped into the hearts of poets and playwrights. John Milton's Paradise Lost painted a vivid portrait of the fall, a heart-wrenching saga of love, betrayal, and the quest for redemption. His verses resonated with raw emotion, capturing the essence of humanity's struggle against its own nature. The characters grappled with free will, illuminating the heavy burden of choice. Would they succumb to temptation or strive for a higher moral ground? The haunting language stirred something deep within readers, prompting reflections on their own lives and decisions. Even in the modern age, the influence of Eden loomed large. The existentialists, such as Kierkegaard and Nietzsche, turned to the garden in their explorations of human freedom and the weight of existence. For them, Eden symbolized the tension between the divine and the absurd. Was the pursuit of knowledge worth the tragic fallout? Could humanity find meaning in a world stripped of divine favor? The questions hung in the air, each one a thread pulling at the very fabric of moral philosophy. As the debate continued, a new wave of thinkers emerged, grappling with Eden's legacy in the context of contemporary society. The ethical implications of artificial intelligence, genetic manipulation, and environmental sustainability sparked intense discussions that would have made Adam and Eve shudder. Where does human responsibility lie in a world where knowledge and power are at our fingertips? What would the serpent whisper to us now? The weight of these questions pressed down on the shoulders of a new generation, filled with both hope and fear. In dimly lit cafes and grand lecture halls, students and scholars alike pondered the impact of Eden on their lives. The air crackled with anticipation as they questioned their own moral compass. Could they navigate the labyrinth of choices that lay before them? With each debate, each passionate discussion, the essence of Eden lived on, a haunting reminder of the fruits of knowledge and the shadows of consequence. Eager hearts beat faster as they explored the moral landscapes shaped by the garden. Was it better to seek knowledge, even if it led to suffering? Could humanity rise above its primal instincts and find a way to live harmoniously? These questions lingered, reverberating through time, echoing in the minds of those who dared to contemplate the depths of their own existence. As night fell and the stars twinkled like distant dreams, the discussion swirled and morphed, drawing connections between the ancient past and the modern age. Stories of Eden intertwined with the struggles of the present, creating a tapestry rich in texture and emotion. The threads of philosophy and ethics were woven together, creating a narrative that felt alive, pulsing with the very heartbeat of humanity. In the shadows of that olive tree, the cycle of inquiry continued, weaving through history and philosophy. The influence of Eden would not fade. It transformed with each new thinker, each new question. The garden, with its lush beauty and haunting decisions, remained a timeless symbol of the human experience, a reflection of the eternal struggle between freedom and responsibility, knowledge and ignorance. As dawn approached once more, the mysteries of Eden loomed larger than ever, inviting minds to ponder, to question, and to feel the weight of the choices yet to come. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden glow over a lush garden that whispered secrets of a time long past. The scent of blooming jasmine wafted through the air, mingling with the sweet notes of ripe fruits hanging tantalizingly from the branches. It felt as if the earth itself was holding its breath, waiting for someone to break the silence and awaken the stories buried within its soil. In this sacred space, the concept of Eden, that idyllic paradise, began to shift and twist like the shadows dancing in the fading light. For centuries, the Garden of Eden has been a symbol of purity, a place untouched by the grasp of human imperfection. Yet, as the world evolved, so too did the interpretations of this mythical paradise. Modern thinkers began to unravel layers of meaning, exposing the complexities of human nature and the struggles within the heart. The image of Eden transformed from a simple notion of bliss into a mirror reflecting society's deepest longings and fears. In a bustling cafe on the outskirts of a city that never sleeps, a group of friends gathered, their laughter mingling with the clinking of cups. They were discussing the age-old question: what does Eden represent today? One friend, a poet with ink-stained fingers, declared, "Eden is not just a place, it's a state of mind." His words hung in the air like a spell, casting a new light on the conversation. Each person nodded in agreement, their minds racing, connecting dots that had been scattered across their lives like petals in the wind. Silently, they recalled moments of joy and sorrow, the times when life felt like paradise, and when it felt like the very essence of Eden was slipping through their fingers like fine grains of sand. The poet continued, his voice steady. What if Eden is where we find connection, where love blooms against all odds? The group fell quiet, each heart echoing with memories of friendships forged and lost, of love that transcended barriers, and of the bittersweet beauty of existence. In a stark contrast to this intimate gathering, a news report flickered across a television screen in a nearby apartment. The anchor spoke of climate crises and wars, of humanity's struggle against itself, and the fragile thread that holds civilization together. The image of Eden felt like a distant dream, a ghostly echo haunting the lives of those who yearned for peace. Yet, amid the chaos, there emerged a sense of resilience. Many began to frame Eden not as a lost paradise, but as a vision to aspire to, a goal that humanity could strive for, an ideal worth fighting for. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a fiery hue across the sky, the poet's voice took on a more urgent tone. What if the serpent is not a villain but a symbol of curiosity? An invitation to question, to seek knowledge. The weight of those words lingered in the air, igniting a fiery debate. The friends began to explore the idea that perhaps the true essence of Eden lay not in its perfection but in its imperfections. The conversations danced from mythology to psychology, from literature to philosophy, each thread weaving a tapestry of thought that was rich and full of life. In a lecture hall packed with eager minds, a professor spoke passionately about the evolution of Eden in contemporary thought. He painted a picture of the garden as a utopia, yet also as a battleground where good and evil clashed. The audience was drawn in, captivated by the notion that our struggles, our desires, and our failures are all part of what makes Eden real in the modern world. His voice surged with emotion, echoing the heartbeat of a generation that finds itself living in paradox. Eden is not a destination, he proclaimed, but a journey that we're all on, filled with detours and discoveries. The crowd erupted in applause, their spirits lifted, minds racing. Each person left with a sense of purpose, stirred by the idea that beauty could be born from chaos. They began to see Eden as a space for growth, a chance to learn from mistakes, to nurture compassion in a world that sometimes felt harsh and unforgiving. Outside, under the blanket of stars, a young couple walked hand in hand, their hearts beating in sync with the rhythm of the universe. They shared their dreams and fears, weaving their own version of Eden through the fabric of their shared experiences. The laughter of children echoed in the distance, filling the air with warmth and joy. The couple paused, looking into each other's eyes, realizing that in this connection, they had found their own slice of paradise, even amidst life's uncertainties. Yet, as the night deepened, shadows crept in, reminding them of the struggles that lay ahead. The harsh realities of the world often felt overwhelming, as if the gates of Eden had been slammed shut. But just as quickly, hope flickered to life, illuminating the path forward. The couple understood that to nurture their Eden, they would have to cultivate love, understanding, and resilience, qualities that could blossom even in the most desolate of landscapes. Back in the cafe, the friends were still wrapped in their discussion. They began to envision a world where Eden wasn't just a historical narrative, but a living testament to humanity's potential for growth. The poet smiled, his heart swelling with inspiration. Perhaps Eden is found in the small moments of kindness, the laughter shared over a meal, or the silence that speaks volumes between friends. It's a reminder that paradise can exist in our hearts, if only we dare to cultivate it. As they spoke, the lines between their personal journeys and the collective experience of humanity blurred. They began to see that Eden was not just an ancient myth but a call to action, a reminder of the beauty that can flourish amidst hardship, the hope that can rise from the ashes of despair. And as the last rays of sunlight faded, a spark ignited within them, setting ablaze a desire to create their own Eden, not just for themselves but for the world, weaving together the threads of love, compassion, and purpose. Amidst the clinking of cups and the gentle hum of conversation, the idea of Eden as a contemporary thought became a vibrant pulse, inviting them to step into the unknown, where the possibilities were endless and the dream of paradise was alive and well. The air crackled with anticipation as the night unfolded, the garden of their minds blooming with ideas, emotions, and whispers of a future yet to be written. A lone tree stood resolute atop a hill, its branches stretching out like welcoming arms against a canvas of brilliant blue sky. Beneath its canopy, the air hummed with life. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a tapestry of sound that echoed through the valley. This was Eden, a paradise sculpted by nature's gentle hand, where every leaf whispered stories of ancient times, where the very soil pulsed with the heartbeat of history. But as serene as the scene appeared, a tension hung in the air, a silent warning of what could be lost. Once, centuries ago, this land was teeming with vibrant ecosystems, each species playing its part in a grand symphony of life. The skies were filled with the cries of eagles and the chatter of songbirds, while the forests were thick with the rustle of leaves and the scurrying of creatures. This was a time when humans understood their connection to the earth, when they knew that every action carried weight, every choice mattered. But as iron plows carved into sacred ground and factories belched smoke into the once pure air, Eden began to fade, its beauty overshadowed by the relentless march of progress. In the 19th century, as the Industrial Revolution took hold, the world's green spaces succumbed to the insatiable appetite for land and resources. Nature conservation was a fledgling idea, a fragile spark in a world that seemed bent on extinguishing it. Yet, amidst this chaos, voices began to rise. Voices of those who saw the beauty and value in preserving what remained. Figures like John Muir wandered the wilderness, his heart beating in rhythm with the rustling leaves, his words igniting passion in the hearts of those willing to listen. Muir believed that nature was a sanctuary for the soul, a sacred space that demanded protection. As the years flowed on, the call for conservation grew louder. In 1903, Muir's friendship with President Theodore Roosevelt would lead to the establishment of the first national wildlife refuge at Pelican Island in Florida. It was a pivotal moment, a step toward safeguarding sanctuaries for creatures that could not defend themselves. The air crackled with hope. Could it be that Eden might be salvaged from the brink? But the beauty of this moment was not without its shadows. The struggle for preservation faced staunch opposition. Developers and industrialists, driven by profit, fought tooth and nail against those who dared to prioritize nature. The fierce debates echoed in courtrooms and congressional chambers, where the fate of wild places hung in the balance. The stakes were perilously high. For every piece of land lost was a chapter of history erased, a fragment of Eden slipping away. As the 20th century unfolded, the world witnessed both victories and setbacks. The establishment of the United Nations in 1945 sparked a new hope for international cooperation in environmental matters. In 1972, the first United Nations Conference on the Human Environment was held in Stockholm, marking a significant turning point. It was here that the global community recognized the interconnectedness of humanity and the Earth, a realization that reverberated through time, echoing the sentiments of those who had fought for conservation long before. Yet, with each victory came a new battle. The Earth endured wounds from pollution, deforestation, and climate change, relentless threats gnawing at the edges of Eden. The voices of conservationists grew more urgent, warning of the dire consequences that awaited if humanity continued down this reckless path. Silent forests became haunting reminders of what once thrived, while desolate landscapes stood as stark monuments to neglect. The 21st century dawned with a mixture of hope and despair. Activists poured onto streets, their chants echoing through cities worldwide. People of all ages, from young children to the elderly, stood hand in hand, united by a common purpose. They raised their voices for the voiceless, demanding action, demanding a future where nature could flourish once again. Their hearts beat with the rhythm of the earth, each pulse a reminder of their shared humanity and the fragile beauty of life. As they marched, the stories of the past echoed within them, tales of indigenous peoples who had long understood the delicate balance between humanity and nature. These ancient guardians of the land lived in harmony, nurturing their surroundings while respecting the wisdom of the earth. They knew that the survival of their culture depended on the health of their environment. Yet, as modernity swept across the globe, these voices grew quieter, their wisdom overshadowed by the rush for progress. But through the haze of industrialization and rapid development, the seed of hope remained. Educational programs blossomed, instilling a sense of responsibility in young hearts. Schools began to teach the importance of sustainability, instilling values of stewardship in the next generation. Community gardens sprang up in urban centers, small oases of green that reminded city dwellers of their connection to the soil. The desire to reclaim and revitalize nature gained momentum, a powerful wave determined to reclaim Eden from the grips of neglect. Every small action rippled outward, a testament to humanity's resilience. As people planted trees, cleaned rivers, and rallied for policy changes, it became evident that the fight for nature conservation was far from over. The stakes were higher than ever. The choices made today would determine what future generations would inherit. Could they rekindle the spirit of Eden, or would they be left with echoes of fading beauty? Time moved forward, an unyielding river, And as the world pressed on, the realization dawned that conservation was no longer just a responsibility but a necessity. It was a call to arms, a reminder that the earth was not merely a resource to be consumed but a living entity deserving of respect. The stories of the past, intertwined with the efforts of the present, formed a rich tapestry that could inspire change. As dusk settled over the horizon, the lone tree stood unwavering, a silent witness to the unfolding drama. And beneath its branches, the whispers of Eden continued, beckoning all to listen, urging them to fight for a world where nature could thrive once more. The narrative of conservation was woven into the fabric of humanity's existence, an unbroken thread that tied generations together in a relentless pursuit of redemption and renewal. The struggle was not in the past. It was alive, vibrant, and pulsing with potential, urging the world forward, one heartbeat at a time. A thick fog rolled in over the ancient city, wrapping its twisted streets and crumbling facades in a shroud of mystery. The air hummed with secrets, whispers of ages past hanging like spider silk between the gnarled branches of old trees. A garden lay at the center of it all, its lush greenery breathing life into a world heavy with despair. Yet beneath the vibrant foliage, shadows danced, hinting at the complexities of the human mind. In every corner of the earth, gardens have served as sanctuaries, reflecting the innermost thoughts and feelings of those who tended to them. The Aztec civilization revered the garden as a sacred space, where nature and spirit intertwined. With every flower and every blade of grass, they expressed their hopes, fears, and desires, believing that the garden was a mirror to their souls. The way the plants thrived or withered echoed the emotional state of their caretakers, revealing an unspoken bond between humanity and nature. As the sun began to rise, casting golden rays over the dew-kissed petals, a figure emerged from the shadows. A gardener, hands calloused yet tender, knelt beside a patch of violets. With each careful movement, he unearthed not just weeds but memories buried deep within himself. Lost love, unfulfilled dreams, moments of joy that now felt like distant echoes. To others, it was merely a garden, vibrant and alive. To him, it was a canvas, his psyche painted with both the bright hues of happiness and the dark stains of sorrow. In ancient Persia, gardens were no less significant. They were designed with purpose and intention, each path and pond symbolizing the journey of life. The word paradise itself stems from the Persian term for garden, a nod to the belief that these spaces were a glimpse of heaven on earth. As the sun set behind the mountains, shadows lengthened, creating an intricate tapestry of light and dark, a testament to the duality of human existence. Joy and despair, hope and fear, all coexisted harmoniously, much like the flora of the garden. A chilling breeze rustled through the leaves, igniting a flicker of unease. The gardener's fingers trembled as he picked up a withered leaf, a stark reminder of impermanence. He thought of the fleeting moments of happiness and the lingering specters of regret. Just as he nurtured the growing plants, he grappled with nurturing his own spirit. The garden had become a battleground, a place where moments of triumph clashed with shadows of despair. Each flower blossomed not just because of the warmth of the sun but due to the struggles they faced to break through the soil. In medieval Europe, the garden took on an almost mystical quality. Monks cultivated cloister gardens filled with herbs, symbolizing the balance of body and spirit. These serene havens were sanctuaries for contemplation, where thoughts could flow freely like the streams they often contained. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting elongated shadows, it was clear that many struggled within these walls. The inner conflicts of faith and doubt mirrored the wild, untamed nature of the plants that flourished within. A garden was not just a place of peace. It was also a reflection of humanity's deepest fears and strongest desires. The gardener stood up, brushing dirt from his knees, and gazed at his creation. It was perfect, he thought, yet chaotic. The roses were vibrant, their petals soft and inviting, but the thorns, sharp and unforgiving, reminded him of life's harsh realities. Each thorn a scar from battles fought, each bloom a testament to resilience. The garden was a living paradox, much like the human experience itself. In the Eastern philosophies, gardens are often likened to the mind, complex, layered, and ever-changing. A Zen garden, with its carefully raked stones and sparse vegetation, symbolizes clarity and serenity, while also embracing the chaos of thoughts that swirl within. The gardener here was not just a caretaker but a philosopher, shaping the landscape of his mind with each stroke of the rake. He sought balance amidst turmoil, striving for simplicity in a world full of noise. A sudden storm brewed on the horizon, dark clouds rolling in, a stark reminder of nature's power and of life's unpredictability. The winds howled, tossing petals into the air like fragile dreams scattered across the landscape. The gardener rushed to secure his beloved plants, heart pounding with fear. What if the storm swept through, uprooting everything he had fought to cultivate? In that moment, he felt the weight of every person who had ever toiled in a garden, every soul who had poured their heart into nurturing something beautiful, only to see it threatened by the very forces of nature. As the first raindrop fell, the gardener stood frozen, a testament to humanity's vulnerability in the face of adversity. Each drop of rain was a reminder of tears shed in silence, of battles fought within the confines of one's mind. The garden stood resilient against the storm, just as humanity has always fought against the tempests of despair and doubt. And in that turmoil there was beauty. The way the rain nourished the earth, the way the storm cleared the air, was a metaphor for the catharsis of emotional release. The tumultuous moments, often overshadowed by sorrow, were just as vital as the tranquil ones. The garden, now drenched and vibrant, was alive, embodying the full spectrum of the human experience. As the storm began to recede, the air filled with the scent of fresh earth and blooming flowers, a palpable shift in energy. The gardener knelt again, not just to tend to his plants but to reconnect with his own spirit, to honor the struggle and the growth that had come from it. The garden continued to breathe, a reflection of life itself, a cycle of decay and rebirth, of trials and triumphs, of shadows and light. With each passing moment, the garden whispered its truths to those willing to listen. It was a place of raw emotion, a sanctuary that held the unspoken fears and unyielding hopes of humanity. As the clouds parted and the sun broke through, illuminating the vibrant colors of blooming life, the connection between the garden and the psyche deepened. The journey wasn't over. It was merely beginning anew, an endless loop of growth and renewal, where every petal and leaf carried a story waiting to be told. In a world trembling with uncertainty, there lay a simple, yet profound thought. What if there existed a place where harmony reigned, where joy flowed like a river, and where the burdens of life vanished into thin air? This vision of paradise has lived in the hearts of many, inspiring countless souls through the ages. In ancient Greece, the philosopher Plato painted a vivid portrait of his ideal society in the Republic. His vision was one of perfect justice, where the wise ruled, and each person found their true purpose. The citizens were not mere subjects. They were cogs in a magnificent machine, each turning with precision toward the common good. In dusty amphitheaters, voices rose in passionate debates, echoing the yearning for a world free from tyranny and strife. Yet, as the sun set over Athens, the whispers of doubt crept in. Could anyone truly achieve such a dream? Fast forward to the lush, green hills of 16th century England, where Sir Thomas More penned Utopia. A word born from his imagination, it ignited a flicker of hope across the globe. In this distant land, people shared everything, from food to labor. They lived in peace, free from greed and corruption. The pages of More's book fluttered under the fingertips of those who dared to dream. They saw a possibility, a world where humanity thrived together. But beneath the surface, a chilling question lingered. Could such a paradise ever exist when the human heart is fraught with desire and ambition? Meanwhile, the New World beckoned explorers with tales of vast lands untouched by the shackles of civilization. The Native Americans lived in harmony with nature, tending to the earth as it tended to them. Their stories of balance and respect painted a stark contrast to the greed of the colonizers, who sought gold and glory. As the first settlers made their way across oceans, they carried with them a vision of a new Eden. Yet, This quest quickly turned into a dark saga of conquest and destruction, leaving behind a trail of sorrow that blurred the lines of their imagined paradise. The 19th century brought with it the fervor of new ideas. Social reformers like Charles Fourier envisioned communities where love and cooperation replaced the harshness of competition. His phalansteries were swirling visions of shared lives, where every day began with laughter and ended with contentment. People were to be free from the grind of capitalism, their spirits soaring as they dedicated themselves to the arts and sciences. Yet, the reality of human nature proved complex. Idealism clashed with selfishness, and the bright dreams began to dim. In the bustling streets of Paris, echoes of hope and despair mingled, leaving a bittersweet taste. As the Industrial Revolution surged forward, many sought refuge in the idea of a new utopia. The movement of socialism emerged, promising equality and justice for all. Communities sprouted like wildflowers, each carrying the weight of lofty ideals. The workers united, singing songs of hope as they fought against the iron grip of oppression. But with every shout for freedom came the shadow of failure. Leaders rose and fell amidst the chaos, leaving their followers grappling with disillusionment. From the ashes of these dreams, the 20th century brought forth an explosion of visions. The writings of George Orwell and Aldous Huxley laid bare the haunting truth of dystopia, a stark reminder of how the quest for paradise can twist into a nightmare. Their worlds were grim, yet they sparked conversations that ignited flames of resistance. The yearning for a better life persisted, even as reality painted a different picture, one of surveillance, control, and loss. Yet, amidst the ruins of failed dreams, pockets of hope continued to emerge. In the 1960s, a counterculture blossomed, fueled by the ideal that love and peace could triumph over hatred and war. Flower children danced barefoot in the fields, their hearts beating in time with a rhythm of promise. They envisioned a world where every person mattered, where kindness was currency. As they sang songs of freedom, their voices echoed through the streets, igniting a movement that challenged the established norms. But like the fading notes of a beloved melody, the high spirits were often met with resistance, and the struggle for paradise felt like an uphill battle. Even into the 21st century, the dream of a perfect world persists, morphing into new forms. From sustainable communities to digital utopias, innovators strive to build spaces that reflect humanity's highest ideals. Activists band together, their voices rising to challenge the injustices that plague society. Everywhere, the quest for paradise breathes life into movements, fueled by the belief that change is possible. As technology races forward, connecting people across the globe, the dream of a shared, harmonious existence flickers, just as it always has, an ever-present reminder of what could be. Yet, lurking in the shadows of every grand vision is the question that has haunted humanity throughout history. Can we ever escape the darker side of our nature? In the pursuit of paradise, will we become the architects of our own undoing? With every leap toward a better world, the specter of failure looms, reminding us that the path to utopia is fraught with peril. As the sun sets on this chapter of humanity's quest, the echoes of dreams and ambitions continue to resonate. The stories of those who dared to envision a better world intermingle with the realities that challenge them. In the hearts of dreamers, the vision of paradise endures, flickering like a candle in the dark, urging the next generation to rise and carry the torch of hope forward. Each soul must navigate the labyrinth of history, searching for the threads that weave the tapestry of dreams, as they yearn for a paradise that always seems just out of reach. In a dimly lit chapel, the air thick with incense and the whispers of long-gone saints, a young man knelt before the altar. His heart raced as he wrestled with a question that had echoed through the ages. Are our lives preordained by a divine hand, or do we craft our own destinies with every choice we make? Outside, the world bustled with life, but within those stone walls, time seemed to stand still, the weight of centuries pressing down like a shroud. As he prayed for guidance, thoughts swirled in his mind, each a flicker of doubt or illumination. He recalled the great thinkers who had shaped this debate, their voices rising from the dust of history. Augustine of Hippo, with his fervent belief that God's grace was essential, had shaped the view that all events were part of a divine plan. Every soul was like a note in a grand symphony composed by the Almighty. Yet this left little room for the young man's heart to breathe, as the thought of being mere puppets in a celestial play filled him with despair. His mind drifted to the Reformation, where figures like Martin Luther and John Calvin emerged from the shadows, wielding the power of Scripture to argue for predestination. Calvin, with his resolute stance, preached that God had chosen the elect before the foundation of the world, leaving others to grapple with the chilling notion that their fates were sealed before they ever took a breath. The young man shivered, feeling the cold fingers of fate wrap around his heart. What if he was one of the forsaken, lost in a world where his struggles meant nothing in the face of divine decree? But then, like a ray of sunlight breaking through the clouds, he thought of the theologians who championed free will, the likes of Arminius, who boldly proclaimed that God's grace was extended to all, allowing humanity the freedom to choose salvation or damnation. The tension within the chapel seemed to crackle with the intensity of these opposing views. Could it be that each person held the power to shape their own destiny? Could he, in this very moment, choose to believe in a loving God who nurtured his freedom rather than shackled him to a predetermined fate? The young man's heart surged with hope, but the shadows of doubt loomed large. He envisioned the debates that must have raged in candlelit rooms, where scholars and clergy alike pounded their fists on tables, their voices rising in passionate defense of their beliefs. The air would have been thick with the scent of ink and parchment as they laid their arguments bare, each one convinced of their divine insight. He could almost hear the clash of ideas, the fervor of the faithful, and the desperation of the lost, intertwining like smoke in the air. Suddenly, the chapel door creaked open, and an elderly priest entered, his face a map of wrinkles and wisdom. The young man felt an electric jolt of recognition, for this was not just any priest. This was a man who had witnessed the relentless tide of theological debates sweep over nations. The priest approached, his voice low and soothing, yet imbued with the weight of experience. "My son," he said, "the struggle between free will and predestination is as old as time itself. Every generation grapples with it, and every soul must find their own answer." The young man's breath caught in his throat, the priest's words wrapping around him like a warm embrace. Here was a man who had faced the storms of doubt and emerged with faith, not as a shield against reason, but as a bridge to understanding. The priest spoke of the Council of Orange, where the early church sought to clarify the relationship between divine grace and human choice. The young man's imagination ignited as he visualized the bishops, their robes flowing like rivers of authority, grappling with the very essence of what it meant to be human in the eyes of God. The weight of their decisions hung in the air like an unseen thread, connecting generations across the ages. "What if," the priest continued, "the truth lies not in absolutes but in the interplay of grace and free will? What if we are indeed destined to make choices, yet those choices are guided by a love that transcends our understanding?" The young man's heart raced as the priest's words seeped into his very being, igniting a flame of hope that began to chase away the shadows of despair. The chapel's walls seemed to vibrate with the energy of centuries of debate, the voices of theologians, the cries of the faithful, and the echoes of desperate seekers. Each word was a thread woven into the fabric of humanity's quest for meaning. He could almost see the faces of those who had come before him, each one caught in their own struggle, each one leaving a mark on the tapestry of belief. As the young man stood to leave, a realization washed over him like a wave. A deep understanding that perhaps the question of free will versus predestination was not a simple choice between two paths, but rather a complex dance of faith. With each step toward the door, he felt the weight of the ages on his shoulders, yet a lightness in his heart as he embraced the paradox. He exited the chapel into the chill of the evening air, the sky streaked with the dying light of the sun. The world outside felt alive, bursting with possibilities as people moved about their lives, blissfully unaware of the cosmic questions that had haunted humanity for eons. The young man walked among them, no longer burdened but invigorated by the very struggle that had once threatened to consume him. As he stepped into the thrumming heart of life, he sensed a connection to every person he passed, a shared journey through the intricate dance of choices and fate. Little did he know that his own story was about to intertwine with those of countless others, each with their own battles in this eternal debate, each one a note in the grand symphony of existence. The tension between free will and predestination pulsed around him, a living testament to the complexities of life, echoing a truth that was both personal and universal, forever binding them in a quest for meaning that would carry on through generations to come. In the quiet whispers of a time long past, a garden bloomed, a place where the air was thick with the fragrance of ripe fruits and the soft rustle of leaves danced in harmony with the gentle breeze. This was Eden, an enchanted landscape where innocence reigned and the very essence of humanity was woven into the fabric of its creation. But as the sun began to set, casting shadows that stretched like fingers across the earth, a series of choices would echo through time, leaving a legacy that would shape cultures and societies for millennia to come. The story of Eden is not merely a tale of paradise lost. It is the heartbeat of civilization itself. As the first man and woman tasted the forbidden fruit, they ignited a spark that resonated through the ages. From that singular moment, the world began its tumultuous journey, one filled with desire, conflict, and a yearning for knowledge that would alter the course of humanity. This simple act of rebellion birthed a myriad of interpretations, philosophies, and religions, shaping the moral compass of societies across continents. In ancient Mesopotamia, echoes of Eden took root. Enki, the god of wisdom, and his counterpart, the goddess Ninhursag, fostered stories of creation that reflected humanity's longing for understanding and order. Temples arose, their walls adorned with vivid murals that depicted the divine principles of life springing forth from chaos. The Sumerians, driven by the spirit of their origins, crafted laws and societal structures that mirrored the order once found in Eden. There, amidst the buzzing markets and bustling streets, one could almost feel the lingering whispers of paradise. As centuries drifted on, the tale of Eden found its way into the hearts of the ancient Greeks. Philosophers pondered the meaning of the garden, weaving it into the fabric of their discussions about virtue, justice, and the human condition. Plato envisioned a perfect realm, a reflection of Eden where ideals and truths thrived. In his dialogues, the shimmering allure of an unattainable paradise underscored the struggles of mortal life, igniting a flame of aspiration within the human spirit. The Greeks, with their passion for the arts and the pursuit of knowledge, were profoundly influenced by the notion of a lost Eden, forever seeking to recapture its brilliance. The legacy of Eden continued to flourish through the ages, spilling into the pages of sacred texts. The Hebrew Bible narrated the tale with reverence, emphasizing the themes of sin and redemption. The expulsion from Eden became a powerful symbol of humanity's struggle against temptation. This story resonated deeply within the hearts of countless generations, shaping ethical teachings and the very foundations of faith. The garden transformed into a metaphor for human longing, an emblem of our quest for belonging, love, and understanding. As the flames of the Renaissance ignited Europe, the legacy of Eden morphed into a rich tapestry of art and literature. Artists like Botticelli painted ethereal scenes of the garden, capturing the delicate balance between beauty and fragility. Writers like Milton penned verses that echoed the gravity of choice, exploring the weight of free will and the consequences of desire. The allure of Eden intertwined with the cultural currents of the time, inspiring creators to probe the depths of human emotion and experience. In the eyes of the beholder, the garden represented both a paradise lost and a dream worth pursuing, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos of existence. Yet, as the legacy of Eden spread, so too did the complexities of human nature. The garden became a battleground for the struggles between innocence and corruption, love and betrayal. Throughout history, societies grappled with the notion of paradise, often constructing their own versions of Eden through utopian visions. From the early American Puritans seeking a city upon a hill to the socialist movements of the 19th century, the enduring idea of an ideal society was deeply rooted in the longing to recreate Eden on Earth. In the shadows of these movements, however, were the darker realities of humanity. The quest for paradise often led to suffering and strife. Empires rose and fell, fueled by greed and ambition, as individuals sought to grasp the elusive ideals that stemmed from that fateful day in the garden. The legacy of Eden became a haunting reminder that the pursuit of perfection can breed discontent, as each generation grappled with the contradictions of their origins. As the modern world emerged, the legacy of Eden transformed yet again. With the advent of technology and globalization, humanity found itself at a crossroads. The stories of the garden were retold in new ways, explored through films, literature, and philosophical debates. Environmental movements emerged, echoing the lessons of Eden, as people recognized the urgent need to preserve the delicate balance of nature that once nurtured their ancestors. The yearning for a return to that pristine paradise manifested in a new wave of activism, where the echoes of Eden urged humanity to reconsider its relationship with the earth. In every corner of society, the impact of Eden lingered like a gentle caress, a reminder of what was and what could be. Artists painted murals that spoke of unity with nature, musicians strummed melodies that celebrated the beauty of existence, and thinkers pondered the age-old questions that had risen from the soil of that sacred ground. The legacy of Eden pulsed through culture, igniting passions and fueling dreams that reached beyond the horizon. Yet, as the sun began to set on a new era, the question remained: could humanity ever reclaim the innocence of Eden? The answer lay not in a distant past, but in the hearts of individuals, each grappling with their place in the unfolding story. Amidst the chaos of modern life, the legacy of Eden beckoned them forward, a reminder that the pursuit of paradise was not merely about the destination, but the journey itself. With every choice made, every path taken, the echoes of Eden hummed softly in the background, urging humanity to strive for a future that mirrored the beauty of that original garden. As the world spun on, the legacy continued to weave its intricate pattern through cultures and societies, an everlasting thread binding together the hopes and dreams of all who dared to believe in a brighter tomorrow. In the flickering glow of an old projector, shadows danced across the walls of the dimly lit theater, each beam casting the haunting images of stories long ago whispered. The audience, a melting pot of ages and experiences, leaned forward as the first frame flickered to life. The air was thick with anticipation, a collective breath held as a new adaptation of a beloved tale promised to breathe not just new life, but a pulse of fresh perspectives and raw emotions into familiar narratives. From the start, it was clear that retelling stories through film and media is not just about transferring words from page to screen. It's about capturing the essence of what made those stories endure. The echoes of history resonated through every scene, with adaptations breathing relevance into classic tales. The timelessness of such stories became palpable, almost tangible, each character a thread woven through the fabric of human experience. Take, for instance, the haunting adaptation of a classic horror novel that had been scaring readers for generations. Shadows slithered across the screen as the protagonist, a figure of both fear and empathy, grappled with their demons. The film's director, an artist with an eye for the deeply personal, had reimagined the character not simply as a monster, but as a reflection of societal struggles, loneliness, fear of the unknown, and the longing for acceptance. The audience gasped together as each twist unfolded, their hearts racing in sync with the pulse of the narrative. But it wasn't merely the adaptation itself that stirred emotions. It was the historical context that enriched the experience. The film drew parallels to the tumultuous time in which the original story was written. The backdrop of war, the echoes of societal change, and the shadows of prejudice whispered through every frame. It was as if time had bent, allowing the past to intertwine with the present, creating a tapestry of sorrow and hope that transcended generations. Consider the reimagining of timeless literary classics, where modern filmmakers found ways to infuse age-old stories with contemporary issues that resonated with today's audience. A story of lost love, originally penned in the 19th century, became a poignant exploration of the complexities of relationships in a digital age. The characters, once bound by the constraints of their society, now navigated the treacherous waters of social media and instant communication. Each click echoed their desperation, their desire for connection palpable in a world that felt increasingly disconnected. Laughter erupted at moments of unexpected humor, Yet a bittersweet undertone lingered in the air as characters faced their own vulnerabilities. The audience was enveloped in a wave of emotions, joyful yet melancholic, as they recognized pieces of themselves in the on-screen struggles, experiences that were at once unique and universal. They couldn't help but draw parallels to their lives, caught between the echoes of their own stories and the fictional ones unfolding before them. In every adaptation, the choice of setting became a character in itself. A beloved tale set in the lush countryside transformed into a gritty urban landscape, each scene a canvas painted with stark realities and vibrant cultures. The filmmakers, with their keen understanding of the human spirit, had crafted a world that pulsated with life, reflecting the struggles and triumphs of its inhabitants. The streets buzzed with a rhythm that mimicked the heartbeat of the characters, drawing the audience into the very essence of their journey. Even the soundtracks, carefully curated melodies, reverberated through the theater, elevating every scene, intensifying the emotions on screen. The music swelled, weaving through moments of despair and joy, creating a visceral connection that transcended the visual experience. Each note stirred memories, resonating within the hearts of the audience, as they felt their own stories intertwining with those of the characters. As the climax approached, tension mounted like a storm on the horizon. The screen flickered, images blurring as the protagonist faced their darkest hour. The audience held their breath, a collective gasp filling the air as the characters stood at the crossroads of choice and consequence. Would they embrace their past, confront their fears, or succumb to the weight of their burdens? The energy in the room surged, pulsing with hope, despair, and the raw uncertainty of life itself. The director's bold choices echoed the historical depth of the original narrative, amplifying the stakes and inviting viewers to reflect on their own choices. The themes of identity, sacrifice, and love resonated deeply, a reminder that each story is a mirror reflecting the complexities of the human soul. As the protagonist made their choice, the audience erupted into applause, united in admiration for the storytelling that had captured their hearts and minds. Yet, just as the tension reached its peak, the screen faded to black, leaving the audience in a gripping silence. The unresolved conflicts lingered, a powerful reminder that stories are not always tidy, and resolutions do not always come in neat packages. As the credits rolled, a new feeling filled the room. It was more than just an end. It was a transition, a bridge to the next chapter of storytelling, as the audience contemplated the endless possibilities that lay ahead. The theater buzzed with conversations, echoes of opinions and emotions intertwining like the characters they had just witnessed. Some felt a longing for resolution, while others embraced the ambiguity, finding beauty in the unknown. The retelling of stories through film and media had ignited a fire within each viewer, a reminder of the power of narrative to shape experiences and evoke feelings long buried. As the lights brightened and the audience began to disperse, the magic of adaptation lingered in the air. The stories, once confined to pages, had found a new life, a new voice, echoing across time and space. And as they stepped out into the world, the audience couldn't shake the feeling that the stories they cherished would continue to evolve, adapting to reflect the realities of their own lives, shaping them in ways they had yet to understand. The world outside pulsed with possibility, and the characters they had met on screen would forever remain a part of their own stories, intertwined in the fabric of their shared human experience. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden hue over a lush expanse that once whispered of paradise. Leaves rustled as a gentle breeze swept through the garden, carrying with it the scent of ripened fruits and the faint murmur of a distant river. It was a moment to pause, to breathe, and yet, in the quiet, one could sense the weight of something profound hanging in the air, an ache for a forgotten balance, a yearning for what could have been. Eden was not merely a garden. It was the profound intersection of heaven and earth, a tapestry woven from the threads of divine creation and human longing. In its earliest days, the ground was rich and loamy, filled with life and promise. Here, Adam walked freely among the flora, his fingers brushing against petals so soft they seemed to sigh with contentment. Eve, with her laughter like the tinkling of water over stones, danced through the valley, her vibrancy a perfect harmony to the verdant lushness surrounding her. There was a rhythm to their existence, a heartbeat that pulsed in time with the earth, an echo of a divine plan that felt both intimate and grand. Yet, beneath the surface of this idyllic scene lay a current of tension. The serpent, cunning and wise, slithered among the roots, whispering secrets that, once revealed, would unravel the delicate fabric of that harmony. Knowledge, it hissed, is power, a gift of the gods. It was a temptation that sparked a fire of curiosity within Eve, whose heart swelled with the desire to understand the world beyond her garden sanctuary. With each word, the serpent spun a web, tantalizing and inviting, laying the groundwork for a fracture that would change everything. In that moment, the garden transformed. The air thickened with the weight of choice, and the very ground seemed to tremble as if sensing the ripple of fate. Eve reached for the fruit, a vibrant orb of possibility, its skin glistening like the dawn. And when she took that first bite, the world shifted on its axis. Knowledge surged through her, and with it came the harsh realization of separation. A chasm opened between heaven and earth, a fracture that would echo through ages. The once symbiotic relationship between mankind and the divine would be forever altered, tinged with loss and longing. The sun, now a mere ember in the sky, cast elongated shadows that danced with foreboding. Adam's eyes widened in horror as he saw the transformation in Eve, the innocence fading, replaced by an awareness that brought with it a burden too great to bear. In that moment, the garden's beauty morphed into something hauntingly fragile. The birds fell silent, their songs replaced by an unsettling stillness that engulfed the land. The river, once a life-giving force, now seemed to murmur secrets of impending sorrow. In the blink of an eye, the dual nature of Eden became starkly apparent. It was a realm of beauty intertwined with despair, a place where the divine kissed the earthly, yet remained forever at odds. As Adam and Eve stood amid the ruins of their choice, the sky darkened, clouds swirling like a tempest. Their paradise had become a battleground, the echoes of laughter now replaced by the haunting whispers of regret. Time passed, but the scars remained. Generations would come and go, each one grappling with the legacy of that fateful day. The knowledge that had once felt like liberation now felt like chains, binding humanity to a cycle of striving and suffering. Each dawn brought a new struggle, a reminder of the harmony lost. Yet, even in this darkness, glimmers of hope persisted. The memories of Eden lingered in the songs of the nightingale, the laughter of children playing under the sun, the hues of twilight painting the sky with promise. History unfolded, revealing the echoes of that first moment of choice throughout civilizations and cultures. The tales of humanity's striving for connection, for a return to that lost paradise, rippled through time. From the ancient Sumerians who worshipped in lush gardens dedicated to their deities, to the Greeks, who sought beauty in their landscapes while pondering the divine, the quest for unity between heaven and earth persisted. In every culture, there was a yearning for reconciliation, a desire to mend the rift that had begun in Eden. Even as empires rose and fell, the dual nature of Eden persisted, whispering through the ages. The lush gardens of Babylon, with their hanging wonders, were but a reflection of humanity's desire to recreate that first paradise. The majestic temples of Greece, with their intricate columns reaching skyward, echoed the longing to bridge the earthly and the divine, to touch the heavens once more. Yet, even as civilizations advanced, the heart of Eden remained out of reach. The wars, the strife, the pain inflicted upon one another cast long shadows over the pursuit of that ideal. The human condition became a paradox, a struggle between the desire for connection and the chaos that often ensued. Each conflict bore witness to the ongoing battle between the earthly desires and the divine aspirations, a tug-of-war that left scars on the landscape and in the souls of humanity. And so, the cycle continued. With each passing day, the tension between heaven and earth grew. A symphony of discordance played out against the backdrop of a world in search of meaning. The stories of old intertwined with the present, reminding all of the fragile balance that existed between joy and sorrow, hope and despair. The struggle for Eden remained alive, a flicker of light in the darkness, whispering promises of connection, of redemption, of love. As the sun finally dipped below the horizon, casting the world into twilight, the air grew heavy with anticipation. The earth held its breath, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. A chapter steeped in the echoes of the past but pulsing with the heartbeat of an uncertain future. The garden, though lost, would never fade from memory, its essence woven into the fabric of existence, forever entwined with humanity's search for belonging, for understanding, for a return to the divine embrace that had once been. A new dawn awaited, filled with whispers of hope and the lingering ache for what once was. A reminder that the story was far from over. The sun hung low in a sky stained with fire, casting a light that danced upon the remnants of a once vibrant garden. The air was heavy with the scent of decay, yet the whispers of hope lingered, shivering through the branches of weeping trees. Every rustle in the wind felt like a secret, an echo of lives lived long ago. In this haunting place, where beauty and despair intertwined, the stories of Eden and the end times began to weave a chilling tapestry. Long before the world had forgotten its way, Eden stood as the epitome of paradise, a sacred sanctuary of perfect harmony. Every flower bloomed with purpose, and every creature coexisted in sublime peace. It was here that humanity first tasted the sweetness of life, but with that sweetness came the bitter seeds of choice. The story of the fall isn't merely a tale of defiance. It's a foreshadowing of a world ever spiraling towards chaos. Even as Adam and Eve were cast out, their footprints etched into the ground symbolized a deep yearning for what was lost, a longing that would resonate through the ages. Through the corridors of time, the image of Eden morphed into a metaphor, a symbol of what could be reclaimed or forever lost. Ancient prophets spoke of the day of judgment, a time when the heavens would part, and the earth would tremble under the weight of its own sins. They envisioned a new Eden, a final restoration that would rise from the ashes of destruction. But how far must humanity fall before it could rise again? In the shadows of cities, where despair clung to the streets like fog, the whispers grew louder. The faithful soaked in the teachings of old, their hearts pounding with the rhythm of urgency. They recalled the words of Isaiah, who painted visions of swords turned to plowshares, of wolves lying beside lambs. This was no idle fantasy. It was a promise that pulled at the threads of hope. Yet, lurking behind that hope was the haunting specter of judgment. Would they be found worthy, or would the gates of Eden remain forever shut? As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky erupted in hues of crimson and gold, foretelling a storm of reckoning. The people gathered, eyes wide with anticipation, as the first signs of the end times began to unfurl. Prophecies that had lain dormant for generations now blossomed like wildflowers breaking through cracked pavements. They felt the tension in the air, a crackle of electricity that hinted at change. Terrifying, exhilarating change. It was said that in the final days, the very fabric of reality would tear, revealing the intertwined destinies of heaven and earth. Angels would descend, their wings like thunderclaps announcing a new era. Beneath the chaos, a new Eden awaited, not merely a return to what was, but a transformation into something far greater. But what price would be paid for such a rebirth? The thought sent chills down spines, leaving hearts racing in fearful anticipation. In every corner, from the smallest villages to the towering cities, the signs proliferated. Earthquakes that shook the foundations of belief, famines that gnawed at the edges of hope, wars that raged with fury, echoing the ancient battles that once scarred the earth. Each event unfurled like a dark flower, blooming with the fragrance of despair. Yet, even in the depths of suffering, flickers of light emerged, acts of kindness, whispers of faith, and the indomitable human spirit refusing to submit entirely to darkness. As twilight deepened, the faithful gathered beneath a canopy of stars, their voices rising in a chorus of longing and remembrance. They shared stories of Eden, their voices trembling with emotion as they recalled the beauty of creation and the painful knowledge of loss. Each recounting was a thread woven into the fabric of their collective hope, a hope that one day, a new Eden would emerge from the ashes of despair. And then, A silence fell, as if the universe itself held its breath. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and a brilliant light erupted from the horizon, flooding the darkness with an otherworldly glow. It was a moment suspended in time, a glimpse of the divine breaking through the veil of reality. Eyes widened, hearts raced, and the air filled with electric anticipation. Had the moment come? Was this the beginning of the end or the end of the beginning? Visions danced before them, of a lush garden, vibrant and alive, where the rivers flowed with crystal clarity and trees bore fruit that gleamed like jewels. Creatures of every kind roamed freely, their eyes reflecting the purity of creation. It was Eden reborn, shimmering with promise. Yet, amidst the beauty, shadows loomed, reminders of the trials yet to come, the choices yet to be made. With each heartbeat, the tension escalated. The faithful could feel the weight of history pressing down on them, the echoes of those who had come before. The seeds of rebellion sown in the garden echoed through time, culminating in a moment of reckoning that no one could escape. Would they embrace the light, or would they be swallowed by the darkness? The air thickened with emotion, a mix of fear, hope, and an unquenchable desire for redemption. In the distance, the sound of trumpets blared, heralding the arrival of something monumental. Eyes turned upwards, drawn to the heavens, where the veil between worlds shimmered and thinned. They stood at the precipice of destiny, the line between the end and the beginning blurring, as the ghosts of Eden whispered through the air, urging them forward into the unknown. In the cool shade of a fig tree, Eve sat, her fingers tracing the rough bark, lost in thought. The leaves whispered secrets in the gentle breeze, a soft murmur that masked the tension thickening around her. The air was alive with a sense of beginnings and endings, a fragile dance of creation. How strange it was to have so much knowledge yet feel so profoundly empty. She had tasted the fruit, the forbidden essence of understanding, and with that single bite, everything changed. It wasn't just the sweetness on her lips. It was the rush of knowing that surged through her veins. She could see it all: the beauty of the garden, the vibrant colors, the creatures that flitted between the blossoms. But there was a shadow now, a creeping awareness that this knowledge came at a price. Adam played nearby, his laughter ringing through the air, a sound that once brought her joy but now felt like a distant echo of a simpler time. The garden was a paradise, yet it bore the weight of their choices, the invisible chains of consequence binding them to a fate they could not fully comprehend. As she watched Adam, she was struck by the stark contrast of their situations. He was still lost in his innocence, unaware of the chasm that had opened between them. Her heart ached at the thought of him learning the truth, the burden of knowledge that would soon descend upon him like a storm cloud, obscuring the sunlit joys they had shared. The garden had been their home, but it had also become a trap, each blossom a reminder of their growing divide. The serpent had slithered in with its charming words, wrapping around her thoughts like a dark vine. "You will not surely die," it had said, its voice a silken whisper that promised so much more than it could ever deliver. "You will be like gods, knowing good and evil." And in that moment, temptation had danced before her like a flame, beckoning her to step closer, to ignite the fire of her own discontent. A single bite from the forbidden fruit had shattered her world, leaving her grasping for a sense of control that would forever elude her. In the shadows, the garden held its breath, as if it too understood the magnitude of their choice. The flowers wilted slightly, the once vibrant greens taking on a dull hue, as if mourning the innocence lost. Eve felt the weight of every petal that fell, each one a reminder of the fragility of their existence. It was a beautiful prison, yet she felt its bars close in around her, suffocating her spirit. Freedom had transformed into a haunting specter, hovering just out of reach. The first rain began to fall, heavy droplets splattering against the earth, mingling with the scent of damp soil and freshly cut grass. Eve closed her eyes, hoping to block out the tumult inside her. The rain drummed on the leaves, a rhythm that threatened to drown out her thoughts, but the thunder of reality was relentless. Adam turned to her, confusion etched across his face. The innocence in his eyes pierced her heart, a reminder of all they had to lose. "Eve, what is it?" he called, his voice laced with concern. The simple question hung between them, a fragile thread teetering on the edge of their crumbling paradise. She wanted to shield him, to protect him from the storm that raged within her. But how could she, when she was the one who had invited chaos into their lives? "Nothing," she whispered, but the word felt like a lie, a mask that couldn't hide the truth. Adam stepped closer, reaching for her hand, his warmth a stark contrast to the chill creeping into her bones. She could feel the weight of her decision pressing down on her, a heavy fog that clouded their shared laughter and joy. As they stood beneath the sheltering branches, Eve realized that their story was not just about two souls in a garden. It was a reflection of every human struggle. The choices made, the paths taken, and the inevitable consequences that followed were woven into the very fabric of their existence. They were not just individuals in a paradise. They were symbols of something greater, a testament to the duality of human nature, the constant push and pull between innocence and knowledge. The rain fell harder, turning into a torrential downpour that blurred the edges of their world. Eve felt the ground beneath her shift, the earth quaking with the weight of their choices. It was as if the universe itself was responding to their plight, amplifying the turmoil that churned in her heart. She glanced at Adam, his brow furrowed in worry, and in that moment, she saw the reflection of her own fears mirrored in his eyes. "Eve, please," he implored, his voice strained. "Tell me what's wrong." The sincerity in his tone was like a lifeline, and for a fleeting moment, she considered revealing the truth, the knowledge that had reshaped her existence. But to share that burden would mean thrusting him into a darkness from which there was no return. The storm raged on, a cacophony of thunder and lightning illuminating the sky, a fitting backdrop for the turmoil that roiled within her. The garden, once a sanctuary, now felt like a battleground, the lush greenery morphing into a chaotic tapestry of emotions. The echoes of their laughter seemed to fade into the distance, replaced by the harsh reality of the choices they had made. Eve's heart raced as she faced the truth. This was not just about them. It was about humanity, the very essence of existence. The story of Eden was a mirror reflecting the struggles and triumphs of every soul that walked the earth. The quest for knowledge, the clash of desire and consequence, and the pursuit of freedom were the threads that wove through the tapestry of time. In the midst of the storm, Eve felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps the lessons learned from their choices would resonate through generations, echoing in the hearts of those who came after them. Perhaps their struggle would not be in vain. As the rain poured down, washing away the remnants of their innocence, she clung to the hope that even in the darkest moments, there was a light waiting to break through. But as the thunder rumbled above, a deeper realization settled in the pit of her stomach. The road ahead was fraught with challenges, and the choices they had made would shape not only their destiny but the fate of humanity itself. The weight of that realization pressed down on her, intensifying the storm raging not just outside, but within. The trees swayed violently, branches snapping under the force of the wind, and Eve clung tightly to Adam, their hands entwined as they faced the tempest together. The world around them might be changing, but in that moment, as they stood united against the storm, they understood that they had embarked on a journey, one that would take them far beyond the borders of the garden, into the unknown. The echoes of their choices would ripple through time, shaping their very souls, forging a path that was uniquely theirs to tread, as the storm raged on, relentless and unforgiving.